Now we're yapping about food. Okay. Howdy and hello. Say hi to YouTube, y'all, if you feel like it. Welcome, if you're watching, to my quote-unquote final tier list for now. Basically, SWC has come and gone, and so I'm here to yap. Do go over this tier list, once again summarize my thoughts on characters, account for slight adjustments in like realizations or things that have been like confirmed by SWC or just players in general, and open the room for agenda, because we have the homies in chat here, and there's definitely some agenda that has been had with this freaking game. But yeah, I'm gonna be yapping. There will hopefully be timestamps. Skip to whatever is relevant to you. Like, comment, subscribe, yada yada. But yeah, first I will try to, as concisely as possible, go over the tier structure, and then and then from there I'll go through the characters from bottom to top, moving them and trying to order them. We're gonna use this as a foundation and just go off of there. And then with each character, I'll open up the floor to debate, discussion. I can clarify whatever needs to be clarified, give y'all reasoning to agree or disagree, go through every character, and then we'll have our hopefully completed tier list, do any last minute adjustments or address any other questions, and then yeah, let the debates begin, I guess, if there's even debates to be had. So, like we talked about various times, I am a big Lord Knight fan, so I'm a big supporter of the stop using just letters for tiers movement. Basically, the point of my tier list, or the criteria that I go off of, is evaluating a character's toolkit, and considering the varying degrees of privilege to basically outline how tournament viable they are. And for me, tournament viability really centers around matchup spread and how solo mainable a character is. What do you mean? There's no way you don't know who Lord Knight is. But anyway, that's part of why there are the tiered descriptors. And I'll go from the bottom to the top and hopefully not mess this up. Oh wait, where's the... There we go. Sorry, I'm doing all this on one screen. But for those of you that have seen tier lists in the past, usually the quote-unquote D tier I reserve for characters that are dysfunctional or power crept, where you basically can debate that there's no reason to play them competitively. And by that I mean either they are like legit mechanically flawed, so that way they don't have like a cohesive game plan that like works, be it from practicality or just straight up like game bugs, or there's no reason to play them because another character 100% replaces the reasoning to play the other character. And I emphasize that 100%. We'll go into examples later where you can debate some characters may be power crept, but there is some value in playing them for their slight differences. So, long story short, I don't consider any character in this game to be actually dysfunctional or power crept. Every character in this game is viable, in quotes, with like the biggest asterisk next to it. Every character in this game does something that has to be respected. The potency is where things come into question. So the actual bottom tier for this tier list is the quote-unquote C tier. I summarize it as needing a counter pick, or you basically have to play perfectly, because these are the characters that they have considerable strengths, but their weaknesses make a pretty volatile game plan. Where either A, the risk reward is kind of questionable, or B, they are hard into an archetype that's very easy to counterpick. And so these are the characters where realistically, competitive wise, you're not solo maining them unless you're like a robot. Because you would need like 20xx levels of precision and mind reading to be able to like win with these characters. Yeah, in fact, I think the lowest tier of this game is like pretty like obvious when you see the characters that are in it. Other characters that belong in there kind of vary depending on who you ask, but yeah. The next tier, I call it extra effort. B tier, what do you want to call it? These are the characters where they also have some pretty solid strengths, but their weaknesses or their lack of potency force them to require methodical play. Basically, these are the characters that it's finesse. These are the characters that are really just as good as the player. Because depending on matchup or how skilled your opponent is, you can be very quickly be forced into needing to just outplay your opponent very well. Matchup spread could vary, and basically you would counterpick solely out of convenience. For the most part. There might be a matchup or two that's like really weird or awkward, but the extra effort characters are characters you can debate might not need a counterpick, and it's just for convenience. Question, what's up? Also, I'm trying to hold back the ads. I will hopefully get through this tier description before the ads come, and then if the ads come, we can go into the actual character stuff. Well, we're not in Microsoft Teams, so there's no raise your hand button. What's the question? Is this the tier? This is my previous tier list. And so I'm giving... I'm giving context to the tier structure, and I'm just gonna go over each of the characters based off of where I had the characters before, and I will move them accordingly. So this isn't the final list. This is my previous list that will have some changes. I'm going to be doing these changes live with you. But if you want a spoiler, this is mostly the list. It's probably not going to change that much. But I want to be thorough and go through every character in the game either way. For 2025 updated thoughts on everything. I mean, maybe, but again, like, I'm telling you now, the tier list isn't gonna change much. So it makes me have to remake it less. I mean, yeah, but I will also just try and highlight which characters I'm talking about as clearly as possible. I will say which character I'm talking about. I will do demonstrations in training mode if need be. Because either I was just gonna go in order of these characters, or I'm just gonna go in order of, like, alphabetical. Because that's easy to, like, go through timestamps wise. And again, you guys can let me know. Do you want me to go in the order of the characters as they are, or do you want me to go in alphabetical order? While you guys give me your answer to that, hopefully extra effort made sense. These are basically the characters that are good, but they aren't like strong out the gate. You gotta make them work. We're still here. We're still playing the video game. But yeah, the next tier, the strong characters, again, I'll try to summarize as concisely as I can. I picked the word strong for a reason. These are the characters that are an immediate threat out the box because they have a powerful game plan and or high flexibility that has to be respected. There may be varying degrees of like difficulty and execution, but in terms of the character's toolkit, they are a threat, no matter what. So that's why I call it the strong tier. And in case there is anyone that's still like OCD with tier lists, oh, there's too many characters in the strong tier, you need to make it even. We're not doing that here, okay? We have our definitions for the tiers. We're gonna stick to it. And if a bunch of characters are in strong, then hey, maybe that means a good amount of the characters in this game are powerful characters. Do with that as you will. And then the newest tier that I had added, because I'm not really much of an A+, A-, B+ person, but they are an anime player. That's not the point here. The point is having definitions and being able to elaborate on things without like just being vague. And which is why I added this A+, quote unquote, tier. It's the potential top tiers. These are characters that are not only strong, but have privileges about them that you could debate they go up or down. You can debate they can hang with the cool kids in top tier, or you can debate, they might not be on the border, but now they should be just at the top of strong. It's up to you. But if we had to like open up the gates to let some new blood in, these are the characters that I would consider have an argument to be considered top tier characters, because they each have varying degrees of privilege about them that make them, well, privileged, like, strong beyond what the rest of the cast does. Well, and then last but not least, the top tiers, obviously, as the name states, but the other new addition, what I did last time, is I consider the top tiers of this game to be in no particular order. Controversial already, I know, but like I was explaining to some people in person at SWC, and I think I might have said it on stream too, in fact, I think it's also highlighted by all the discussion of meta from like Scrub and other people, is that the top tiers of this game, I think are really, it's like the Pentagon stats chart thing, where there's stats in different directions. I think who you consider to be the best in the game depends on what you value and what your game plan is, what your quote-unquote meta is, because all of these top tiers have privileges, but some more than others in certain directions. So it just depends on what you want and what you're going to do, like in your game plan. Does that make sense? Like later on, you guys can like let me know who you debate to be the best character in the game, but for me personally, I consider the best character in the game to be an open throne. And there's like, well, I was about to make a freaking One Piece reference, but basically there are multiple candidates for the throne, each with a pretty good, good standing and a campaign for it. So yeah. Does that make sense? Hopefully it makes sense. What? Okay. I think, let's see. Well, one, I'm gonna let the ads run so that way we're interrupted less. And I'm also going to make a decision on what order we're gonna do this. I kind of want to just go in the order of the characters that are already here. Yo, howdy. Yeah, it's working now. I'm on Ethernet. But I'm going to start the ads now. Don't freak out. It's 3 minutes. Wait, I wasn't? I've been live for like an hour. Over an hour. A lot of yapping's been going on. But I'm going to do the ads now. It's just 3 minutes. Hang tight. I want to make sure we get interrupted. Oh, wait, you're already getting ads. Well, I want us to not be interrupted as much. So I'm going to do the ads, and I'm going to, like, confirm what order I want to go through the characters and yada yada, okay? So sit tight. If you're subscribed, you're not going to see the ads anyway. Also, this gives me a chance to set up some Nikkei stuff, so give me a second. But I think I want to, I think I want to just go in the order of the characters, and then I will move them accordingly. So I'll just go from bottom to top. And then hopefully the timestamps won't be like too annoying to look through. Again, I know like alphabetical is just like easier to look through, but, or wait, should I go alphabetical? Oh, frick. Dang it. Now I'm second guessing. Do I just go from top to bottom or do I go alphabetical? Because going alphabetical actually would make it easier to go through my notes too. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm second guessing myself. I think I'm gonna go alphabetical. The question is, wait, go bottom to top? Well, this is why I wanted people to tell me what they would prefer, but no one gave a preference. Or, well, it was given a suggestion to keep this and go off of this foundation. But specifically, what are we doing, like, order-wise? I mean, it's not too hard to go through, like, my notes. So we could just go bottom to top and keep it simple. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm not going to overcomplicate this. Oh, frick. I'm running out of this resource. Let me go ahead and close out some of this stuff. Whoa. Oh, jeez. There we go. Which, by the way, I probably should have said, if you're watching on YouTube, you can use the timestamps. My bad. Ay, ay, ay. Mucho profesional. Where is it at? Bazanga. There we go. Hopefully. B-boy's in the way. Frick. Hold up. Let me move everything over. Okay. Everyone's here? Okay. We're gonna start for realsies. Sorry. Let me get over here. There we go. Oh, snap. That... Yes, you are good. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Actually, let me put the chat next to B-Boy. Yoink. That should be okay. Okay. And now, we can put on our nice thinking music. Yeah. Alrighty. Are y'all ready for some yapping? I don't know how much this is even going to be edited. But let's go. We're just going to go bottom to top. Talk about the characters, move them around however we see fit. We go from there. Alrighty. So, the character that's considered the worst in the game definitely varies depending on who you ask. But for me personally, the worst in the game is Kyoshiro. Again, we talked about viability in this game. That doesn't mean he's like unplayable, but you are 1000% working harder than everybody else in this game. Yeah, well, I mean, we wouldn't want anybody to have crazy privilege in this game. Well, I wouldn't. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, for me personally, I consider Kyoshiro to be a mid-range zoner. Kind of like some other characters that I'll mention later. Because most of what Kyoshiro is doing is keeping you away from him. He has a solid mid-range. He has solid mid-range presence. Decent range on his buttons. He has a projectile that goes full screen. So it can catch some dashes, catch people in their zoning startup, depending on matchup. Not a lot of characters are getting hit by Tsunami, but it's technically an option. Offensively, the thing about this character offensively is that he requires insane conditioning. Worse Warden? I get what you mean by that, kind of, but I think there's a bit more to Kyoshiro than that. Because, yeah, Kyoshiro, half of what he's doing, it is just pokes. He's just keeping you out in the mid-range. And then offensively, it's a lot of conditioning, where once you start hesitating and trying to like get around his pokes, that's when he can start going for the more ambitious stuff. He's got the Toad, good old command grab. He's got an instant overhead if you backdash very, very close to the opponent. He has a dashing overhead also, actually. So he has a high-low throw game that technically exists. And he also has a reversal. I know his DP's been considered slow in the past, but it's technically in what I consider the semi-fast category. You can safe mediate depending on your character. But it is a reversal still. Offensively though, to backtrack, aside from like this conditioning, he also has a surprising abundance of plus frames. Like, everyone knows this game is like a game where you're like almost always minus to some degree, but Kyoshiro is one of the only characters in the game that actually can have plus frames. Yeah, like I don't know why people ever acted like his DP is unusable. It's a freaking reversal, and it's one of the more reliable anti-airs in the game because of anti-air involved. And then again with offense, a lot of it is conditioning, but he does have like plus frames and high-low throw to like cycle. The main problem with him is his risk reward is like all over the place. When you go for like his mix, it's like moderate to severe mix. It can range from you die to super heavy punish. And then also his frame data and mobility is like not the greatest. He does have good pokes, but because of the frame data and like its recovery, he does require precision. And since he's not that fast on the ground and very slow in the air, you're really doing a lot of like micro walking and crawling to like position yourself really well and try to mitigate the risk of your pokes. Yeah, like, in fact, this will come up with a lot of other characters. I think part of the problem of perception of a lot of characters in this game is there's a lot of high commitment brain rot. I don't know how else to phrase it. Because there's a good handful of characters in this game that people think they're bad because they're only trying to do the risky stuff. And they ignore all the other stuff that he has. Like, Kyo has some decent kicks, some decent light pokes. But yes, the medium range stuff does require some precision. And because of these weaknesses, the main things that he loses to, as far as I understand, are faster zoners, characters that outdo his zoning, or characters with fast frame data to like punish his whiffs or like recoils. Which is honestly a good amount of characters. Yeah. Like, there are a good handful of characters that require precision. Kyo's thing, though, is the potency. Again, it's the risk-reward. Like, the part of why I consider him the worst in the game is the potency of what he does is kind of whatever for, like, pretty high risk. But he does stuff, so I can't consider him like a pointless character. Basically, you're gonna play him if you like playing some footsies with a little bit of conditioning and you like his aesthetic. Yeah. I don't know how many people would put him like in a D tier, but I'm just gonna consider him the bottom of this tier. And he's my definitive worst in the game. Another character that, well, actually sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. Questions, concerns, rebuttals, tiers. I know a good handful of people like this character. Some people play this character. But yeah, like I said, you are undeniably working harder than everyone else in the game. Yeah. Basically, going back to what I was saying about what he loses to, either better zoning or great frame data to punish him. Basically, you would be counterpicking for like half the cast. I imagine, like, he doesn't want to be fighting the Rurus. He doesn't want to be fighting anyone with like a bit better mid-range presence than him, or even like just straight up better. Like the top tiers. And I think every character in the game zones better than him. Except maybe Charlotte? Well, actually, no, because Charlotte just has a better mid-range, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, every character in the game zones better than him. Well, every zoner in the game zones better than him. He's sharing it solely from definition. Well, yeah, because his fireball is the same brand of Jubei, Tam Tam. Actually, I need to double check Tam Tam's training data. But basically, there are fireballs in this game that you are not supposed to be using up close at all. They're unsafe on hit because you're not supposed to be near people when you use them. So again, it's like a far range zoning / anti-zoning tool where you might catch someone's dash startup, you might cancel out a few fireballs, see if you can get them to stop trying to shoot stuff at you. Outside of that though, he's doing a lot more mid-range than full screen. So he seems relatively easy to counterpick, kind of. I can't pretend like I know all about the character, I just know about his toolkit. So any Kyoshiro players, you can let me know your matchup experience, but theoretically, I think he's fairly easy to counterpick. Unless, again, you're just a god in neutral, like Sugar Bear was. Not like he's dead. Like he's one of the OGs that used to play the game. Yeah, well, his Hurtbox extension isn't as egregious as some other characters. But yeah, that is something you need to be mindful of when you're poking. If anything, it's his recovery, more specifically than the Hurtbox extension. He's just sitting there for a bit. Yeah, Sugar Bear to this day is still the GOAT of all Kyo players. This is a character that absolutely tests your fundies. Which major? I mean, I don't even remember which major we beat him at. He's just still, in my mind, one of the best people, if not the best person to ever use this character. But you could debate it's like a handful of characters in the scene where he's just a strong, fundamentally sound player, and he may not. I'd have to go back and see if he was really doing anything technical with Kyo. He might have just been a strong player. Yo, howdy, MM. But yeah, when we talk about some other characters and like their potency, there will be debate for who's like the best quote-unquote player, because there are definitely characters in this game that the players that are performing the best with them are just good players. They're not really playing the character to their full potential. Yo, howdy. But yeah, it seems like Kyo discussion is relatively straightforward. If you have questions, put it in the YouTube comments. Next up, Basara, Basura, as he is lovingly called by commentators and players alike. Personally, I have felt that he could belong an extra effort. For now, though, even now, I think I still want to keep him here, because I think on paper there should be matchups where he'd have problems with like being punished, but I think we need to see it in practice more so. And also, he's another character that's in the high commitment brain rot category. A lot of the, in fact, I'm not even gonna go through my notes, I'm just gonna talk about what everyone knows about this character. A lot of the main things that people talk about when they talk about this character's bad is he's so unsafe. He's got no sauce. All you want to do is hit 5C, and that's super risky. Blah blah blah. But a big problem with this character is like there are so little players in the world that know how to play this character without throwing your life away. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. Well, instead of JP, I'm gonna talk about Taiwan with my GOAT Nice Ball. I loved seeing at EVO, especially at the suite, everyone getting cooked by Nice Ball's Basara. Because yes, this character isn't like amazing, but I've tried to tell y'all for a while that he has stuff. And what's different, yeah, RB2, what's different between him and Kyo is that Basara has grime. Like I mentioned before, he is a hybrid character, like Amakusa. He is technically rushdown and zoning, because he does a lot of space control, but half of his game plan is pulling up on you with set play and mix. And like Healing Vision said, that goes into one of his main weaknesses, is that it's a lot of precision. A lot of his pokes and zoning, it has a lot of recovery, varying degrees of commitment, but he does have some stuff up close. His lights and kicks are pretty solid. His standing kick is an unusually good anti-air in a game with terrible anti-airs. And then once you get the knockdown, yeah, it's high-low, strike-throw. Of course, varying degrees of risk-reward. That is similar to Kyoshiro. But again, the problem is everyone goes for, like, the most unsafe stuff. You don't always need to go for backdash instant overhead. He has other things. And that's part of the point, is you got to use all of his tools in unison and, like, pile on the mental stack. And on top of that, as I realized from Nice Ball at Evo, is this character's kind of messed up in the corner. Because not only does he have some stuff that he pulls you out of the corner and, like, you have to, like, try and remember where he was and whether or not he stood in the corner from you, but also, one of the main tells of his clones is the camera moving. And when you're near the corner, the camera doesn't move. So at that point, you're guessing. Yeah, Nice Ball actually, like, I used to consider Guzman was, like, the first step of, like, a player showing me what happens when a Basara isn't just, like, balls to the wall throwing their life away. But Nice Ball showed, like, actual optimization and precision. Like he said, magic. Basara does stuff. You just gotta be ready for the consequences when you're wrong. And the main reason I'm gonna keep him down here, though, is because the main things that I think on paper he should lose to, if I can go through my notes, sorry. The main things that I think he should lose to are either low recovery zoning to, like, kind of annoy him from full screen, stop him from getting the wisp out, and also force him to commit to, like, jumps. But also fast advancing punishes. I think there should be on paper a handful of characters in this game that should be able to punish things, but it may be easier said than done. Or if a Basara has actually good spacing, he actually can get away with some of his more committal stuff. Blocking high, brother, you sound like everyone that downplays Ukyo. Yes, block high, sit there and block high against Basara so he can grab you and hit you with a bunch of lows like 20 times. Yeah, well, not just big balls, but again, like, precision. I mean, you can, but until you're pushed into the corner, and then you have to guess for game, just like Ukyo. You could make the same, people love to make that debate about Ukyo. Oh, just block high, he's not a threat. Until you eat a bunch of lows, and then you're in the corner, and you're guessing for your life. And Basara isn't nearly as privileged to enforce that, but it definitely can happen. I mean, yeah, spoken like a true Hibiki player, must be nice to be able to punish him for anything he does. Which yeah, again, there are a handful of characters that should, on paper, be able to, like, punish a lot of what he does. But there is, like, some matchup specifics for that. And again, also just a question of how much a Basara doesn't actually suck with their spacing. Basically everything, no. You're not punishing him up close for, like, his lower commitment pokes up close unless you're a top tier or a Ruru. Mid-screen, with sucky spacing, he's getting punished by the top tiers, by the Rurus. by Yoshi, by Ukyo. By Shiki, maybe. But the moment a Basara is like spacing their Bs, it's not that cut and dry to punish him. But all this to say, some people consider him the worst in the game. I consider him the second worst. Because again, there is still considerable risk reward and precision to what he does. And I don't know his matchup spread, but again, like Kyo, he feels like he should be able to be counterpicked fairly easily. But he's got grime. Undeniable grime, no matter how much you want to downplay it. And it just comes down to how good the player is. So, questions, disputes. Well, I already know there's disputes. I know most people consider him the worst in the game. Well, actually, is it most at this point? I think it's most. Because usually the worst in the game that's brought up is Kyo, Basara, Cham, which is more on the controversial side. Yeah, Basara is undeniably fun. I'm gonna be real, you're getting caught by random deflects if all you want to do is 5C and 5B. Again, going back to what I said about the brain rot. There are other things to do. You should be fishing for 5C once you have conditioned people to like be hesitant and trying to figure out how to get in or how to pin you down. Because most 5Cs by good players are landed by you trying to approach and then they catch your approach. Sometimes even catching a jump because his 5C is surprisingly active. Sometimes it can even catch a jump. But there is risk. In fact, man, I think there's other characters on this list, like in this tier list, that on paper should be being caught more by deflects, but it's just not as easy. Basara players want one thing and it's disgusting. It's just a big old 5C. Speaking of the best Basara, howdy, nice ball. I'm talking about things very slowly, but we talked about Kyo, we talked about Basara. Summarize, very grimy, but you need a lot of precision. And you need to accept the consequences, because he's still a lot of risk. Howdy, Cham. Speaking of Ultra Cham, next character. Chamu. Unya, whatever. Cham Cham is a character that has been pretty slept on, but at the same time, not. She's the symbol of the community. Because the thing about Cham Cham, she is yet another, you're noticing a trend here, she's another character on the list of requires precision that a lot of players, no offense, do not have. Cham Cham, up close, is one of the safest characters in the game. And she's one of the characters in the category that I consider passive aggressive. She is very mobile. She can be very pesky and annoying, like poking you with lights and kicks. Somehow has the best one of the best round starts in the game. I don't know why. This character, despite being low tier, is one of the hardest to contest at round start. Round start sweep with Cham Cham is so silly. it required actual separate lab time for me to figure out what each of my characters can do and whether or not you just have to hold it. It's so weird. But yeah, her kicks and her lights are very good. And I'm sorry I didn't outline it yet, but it'll come up later as we go. There is a list of privileges that I consider to be important in this game. And one of those privileges is how safe you can be. Your frame data in terms of how committal you have to play. Cham Cham up close is very non-committal, very safe, and you can do a lot of just scratchy scratch, hit and run. And depending on your character, you may not even be able to retaliate. You need to rely on defensive mechanics. The main things about it that require insane precision, though, is her zoning and anti-zoning. All of her specials are very committal depending on the range that you do them at. One of the big problems that Cham Cham players have is not using her specials at the right ranges. It's just like what we were saying about Kyo and Jubei's fireballs. Yes, they're minus on hit because you're using them point blank. And so a lot of Cham Chams, they'll throw her boomerang and they'll wonder, oh man, she's so unsafe. This character sucks. Brother, you need to use the right boomerang at the right range. And I say zoning, but it's more so for anti-zoning and space control, because a lot of what Cham Cham's doing from full screen is she's throwing the boomerang either to cancel out your zoning or to catch your approach of dashing or jumping. Because basically as she's throwing the boomerang, she's gonna force you to jump, or she's gonna force you to like inch your way forward. Yeah, exactly. People using a heavy boomerang point blank, they see her fall on the ground and they're wondering, oh dang, why am I getting punished? And I think the closest Cham Cham player I've seen, at least in our neck of the woods, to using stuff at the appropriate ranges is Rancid. People need to learn how to use their specials at the right ranges. Again, going back to what we said about precision. But aside from that, there's a lot of conditioning. Because since she's a passive aggressor, a lot of what she's doing is attempting some zoning, and then if she gets in, doing some stray hits, and then getting out of there, trying to get you to chase her down. And then once you hesitate, that's when she starts going for demon flip layers, testing your anti-airs. That's when she starts going for crossing you up, yada yada. But she has to work for that. She has to condition you first. And that's where the problem lies. So on paper, I think the main things that she should lose to is strong mid-range presence. Any character that can kind of just like chill in the mid-range and stop her grounded approaches, or stop her anytime she like jumps or does demon flip, on paper, she should struggle pretty hard. So if you have an even remotely reliable anti-air that you can do on reaction, and some pretty good like just pokes to keep her out, I think those would be the characters that would be her disadvantageous matchups, which should be a good handful. Like Charlotte, Ukyo, any of the top tiers, Yoshi, the Rurus, maybe. They could probably just bully her and like just outmatch her up close. Shiki. Jubei probably can just sit and poke or air to air. Actually, yeah, aside from just trying to not get chipped out by a boomerang, Jubei probably doesn't even have to move in this matchup. He can just sit and push buttons. But yeah. Just like Basara, she has some stuff, but on paper should be relatively easy to counterpick. But there's merit to playing her if you have some precision. And if you just want to be annoying. She, like, when you look at her toolkit, she is clearly designed to be annoying. Like, just a step below the Rurus in terms of just being pesky and non-committal. Anyone have any rebuttals for Cham Cham? She's the Dan. Is that description accurate? Maybe? Which Dan? Because I think Street Fighter V Dan is an example of a joke character that's not really a joke character. And I don't think Cham Cham's made with the intention of even feeling like a joke character. I think she's just made with the intention of being annoying. Yeah, I don't think there would be any character I would actually consider to be a Dan in this game. Like, from vibe or balance. Like, I don't think anyone's intentionally made to be bad, and I don't think anyone's intentionally made to be goofy either. Yeah, the goofiest part of Cham Cham is her voice lines. She's just yelling every time she does something. But yeah, there's no one in this game that's really like a joke in any aspect. I mean, Hanzo in Rage feels like a Clown Shoes character, but like, in terms of vibe, it's not actually a joke, like a character. But yeah, it seems like Cham Cham's pretty straightforward. That is true. Well, that requires some pretty precise timing, though, doesn't it? Does she does she reach the peak of the arc that quickly to be able to do it on reaction? Also, hopefully you guys are fine with me looping this song for a while. This is my thinking music. But next up, the Absolute Goddess. SNK's best character ever created. There is no room for debate or discussion in that statement. Ruixiang. Rui, as I am going to lovingly call her from now on, because I'm pretty sure we have finally established that Ruixiang is her first name. So, I mean, I don't know if I need to overview the character, because, like, if you've watched me, y'all have seen this character plenty, but for anyone that doesn't know, I don't know if she'd be considered, I don't think she's a hybrid, and I don't know if this terminology is correct, but I call her a hyper zoner, because she is both a control zoner and a distance zoner. She has both a traditional fireball game, but she also has grounded space control for set play. Brother, listen, okay, so first of all, she better come back, but not in the way Sar wants to come back. But, yeah, I'll get straight into it. The main reason she's down here is because she is possibly one of the most, like, strict archetypes in the game. Like, she is a hard zoner, like, all in on zoning stats. And so it makes her a very direct archetype that makes her possibly one of the easiest characters to counterpick in the game. Because there are multiple aspects in this game that naturally dissuade people from, like, heavy zoning. And also, she requires a lot of precision. Like we were saying about Basara and Ukyo, she has considerable recovery on her stuff. She has zoner buttons. Her frame data up close makes it very hard for her to retaliate in scrambles unless you are, like, point blank in someone's face. And then a lot of her sauce is basically Twitter combo level of, like, setup. A lot of what she's doing is, like, insane conditioning or knowledge checking. To put it nicely. She does have some low-key messed up checkmate situations, but there are multiple layers to how those things happen, and there are technically answers to all of those things. But yeah, she is definitely the sauciest character in the game for sure. Yes, please. I have tried to tell y'all for literal years, it's not propaganda, it's not agenda. She is in the top list of characters that you do not want to roll in on. Please stop rolling in against Wu. This is my heartfelt advice from me to you. Stop rolling in against Root. Stop rolling in against Ruixiang, please. Good lord. Oh, alrighty. Safe travels, dude. It'll probably be. This is gonna be long. Get... Oh, no. Please don't roll in and give me a free unblockable high-low mix. Please don't put yourself into plus frames to let me strike throw you. Oh. Good lord. But yeah. She's pretty good offensively when you condition your opponents. But... Again, the main weaknesses are the precision and conditioning that's required. So on paper, a lot of what she struggles against, excuse me, is either just better zoning or anti-zoning, which again, this game is like innately full of anti-zoning. You gain meter from instant blocking fireballs, and she doesn't have like a rage multi-hit fireball to like stop you from trying to like instant block things. And there are various characters in this game that have good anti-zoning tools or just straight up anti-zoning SSMs. So while there are some matchups in the game where I kind of want to try to bait you to SSM and then just get it over with and just try to outplay the rest of the match, that is still something that you have to consider. In fact, let's just count it right now. There's 1, 2, 3. I don't know if hers counts as an anti-zoning SSM. That kind of depends. Well, actually, yeah, let's just consider it. 4, 5, 6. There are 6 anti-zoning SSMs in the game. One of them requiring setup, but we're gonna count it. And there are multiple characters with anti-zoning weapon flips or just anti-zoning tools in general. So this goes back to what I said about how she is very easy to counterpick. You just need to pick someone that's good at dealing with zoning, or is just a very good bully up close. Because, again, what I was saying about her frame data, if you have good, fast advancing punishes, a lot of what she does ends up way more unsafe than you would think it would be. Wu's crouching heavy, Wu 2C is one of my most favorite moves in a fighting game. But there are some matchups where you can punish it, even at max distance. But yeah, she's a zoner. Like, she's a zoner of zoners. Very committal, but like possibly the highest reward in the game for outsmarting your opponent, which is part of why I love her so much. Did I keep my bias in check adequately? Do any of you disagree with my placement of her? Yeah, that's technically considered a strength of hers, kind of. It's very situational. She is one of the only characters in this game with guard point. but because of the active frames and things not being frame 1, when you guard point with her, it's an accident. Like, I don't want any Wu players gassing it up. Don't pretend like you ever get the guard point on purpose. You literally cannot get the guard points on reaction. What was he getting it with? To be fair, I have been wanting to try and like lab more scenarios to see if you can manufacture situations where you can get like someone to be -3 and then get like a 6/6A guard point. But for now, I consider her guard point to be incredibly unreliable, especially because she has possibly the worst close crouching medium in the game. And I'm gonna try to not rant about how bad proximity is and why it shouldn't exist, especially in this game. But, good lord. Her crouching medium can go from a decent anti-air to being one of the worst moves in the game from a few mere pixels. You think she should go up? She's in the same tier as Kyo, because again, despite her reward, she still is in this tier description. She has this is why I've never considered her bad, because she has some of the highest reward in the game, but that all goes out the window at character select. Only 5 tiers is an issue? Were the descriptors not adequate? Does she not fit this description? We could debate she should go an extra effort, but I think tourney-wise, her viability is just like the rest of these characters. You're either playing perfectly or you need to be multi-maining. Absolutely. Motozumi showed you she's a play perfect character. See, that's also a funny thing. Oh wait, show she's not? I wholeheartedly disagree. Because, in fact, I thought Ghost talked to you about the realization of the differences between how me and Motozumi play her. Motozumi plays this character insanely committal. And it works, giant asterisk next to it. It can work if you're not punishing her. Or if you're just scared. I'ma keep it a buck. Which even in the mirror match against him, I realized part of it is I'm just scared. Because of how he plays. But any of you can try picking up this character and let me know. This is not a character you just do stuff with. Oh my god, that's actually a really good description. If you are just picking up this character and doing stuff, I'm sorry to say it, you're getting knowledge checked. I'm gonna keep it a buck. There is no reason a Wu player should get away with just playing like a nut. Unless, again, you are scared. Which is fair, because she has pretty high reward, but the risk is also insanely high. I think there's some things that I still haven't taught you guys yet, and it was probably because we were going up to SWC. But there are some things that you could just straight up call out with an SSM. And it's not like trying to call it a Hibiki slash like SSM. I'm talking about you see trap being placed, just do the SSM. I I mean, I've also said that, like, there's some things about Wu that, like, there's no point in hiding because the kind of character she is. It's set play. Either you choose correctly or you don't. But there are some things with punishing that, yes, that y'all absolutely should be doing. And some of the things that I do see Motozumi doing, like running at you from half screen, doing a 6-6B, going into recoil, and then he does counter, and then you get hit, and you're like, what the frick, man? Yeah, you chose wrong. And if he's using the guard points intentionally, I need to see what he's doing, because that is an insanely small window to be trying to do on reaction with a guard point that's not frame 1. So I think there might be situations that he's already figured out how to manufacture, like what I was saying I've wanted to do. I just haven't got around to it. Yeah, exactly, Brett. And that's part of what I've said about a part of it is also conditioning. If she were here, we could put her here on the virtue of just like how people feel about the characters, just like what I've done with Iroha, just like what I've done with Haohmaru, Earthquake. But definitively, based off of what I've outlined to you guys, and we're talking about character viability, this is not a character that you solo main under any circumstances. If you solo main this character, you are literally playing perfectly, or the people you are playing against are not playing correctly. I don't know how to phrase it. Yeah, and I'll wholeheartedly admit, like, sometimes what I'm doing is knowledge checks. I can immediately tell when I'm doing something and someone just didn't know. But a lot of the time I am also, there's a lot of like planning and thought that I'm not even trying to like overly gas it up. I'm not trying to sound like a pseudo-intellectual. I'm literally telling you guys, I think about a lot of things when I play this character. Let me know though, based off of what we've defined, do you guys in your heart of hearts feel like Wu should go in this extra effort tier? Because I guess in some way she does fit that definition also. She absolutely requires finesse, but I don't think she's hard counterpicked nearly as much as these other characters. Yeah, the more I think about it, her being at the bottom of extra effort doesn't look terrible. I just don't want to give other Rui players a false sense of security. Yeah, I don't... It's weird. She might belong in her own tier. I really... Like, it's like she belongs here, but she really doesn't. Because she might be the most archetypal character in this game. I can't think of another character that's, like, as all-in an archetype as much as she is. She is, like, the zoniest zoner. Sorry, hopefully I wasn't too much yapping about my waifu. But for now, I'll probably keep her here. Which, by the way, sorry, I forgot to add that to the, like, explanations in the beginning. Everything except the top tier, we're gonna try and order it as best as we can. So basically, things on the right side are the lowest and on the border of going down. Things on the left side are the highest in that tier and on the border of going up. The gatekeepers, if you will. Well, thank you. I did my Uma dailies already, but we could turn it on later if you want. So, with everything I described, does anyone else still think she should move up? Or is she fine where she is? Y'all can let me know. But I've been yapping a lot, and I want to try and move through the other tiers. Dang, we spent that long. Well, I forgot when we actually started this, but we spent that long talking about just 4 characters. But I'd rather be thorough. And actually, it's funny. That wasn't even me being completely thorough. So you wouldn't want a muddy B tier, like putting Rui in there? Because again, the extra efforts here, these are the characters that are good, but they require methodical play because either they're not as potent with their strengths or like they have considerable weaknesses, but their matchup spread may be like, it may vary, it may like be okay. And these are the characters you're more so counterpicking out of convenience because these are characters that technically can deal with a good amount of matchups, and the ones that they aren't that great and they have options. Except maybe you could debate mainly, I mean not Darli. Darli might also be another character that's like very hard into like an archetype. Huh. Should I move Darli down? I don't know. We'll come back to Darli. But Tam Tam. We're in the extra effort tier now. Tam Tam. His Tamtam's kind of weird. I think he's also technically a mid-range zoner. Because he's kind of like Charlotte. Where half of the goal is just keeping you out at mid-screen with your buttons, but he has full screen presence as well. He's got the Ooga Booga skulls. He's got a phenomenal anti-zoning SSM. Yeah, like Tam Tam's a solid character. And once people are hesitant, he has the instant overhead or a command grab to do. His kicks are actually pretty solid too, so he's not that committal up close. One of the few characters with a pretty decent anti-air, but also he's more so an air-to-airing character. Yeah, both him and Amakusa are characters that like they have their grounded anti-airs, but you're mostly air-to-airing. But his overall mid-range presence is pretty solid. Yeah, actually his frame data up close is pretty good in general. He can actually punish off of his close, his 2A. And he does have a reversal for some reason, but it is one of the slowest reversals in the game. So doing safe meaties against him shouldn't be hard. And yeah, mobility-wise, he's not a character that you're, like, moving around a lot with. It's kind of like Kyo, where you're doing a lot more, like, walking and trying to have precise positioning, rather than, like, trying to, like, run around and jump. Yeah. Yeah, that goes into one of the like privileges I was saying that needs to be respected is how safe you can be. There are some characters in this game that like people have completely ignored how good their kicks are. In fact, one of the characters of the hour that we'll talk about more, his kicks are kind of insane. But yeah, Tam Tam's kicks are pretty darn good. Oh, frick, ads are coming up. The main things Tam Tam loses to are either just better zoning or fast, non-committal aggression. So characters that can bully him up close. And he has the anti-zoning tools, but against like faster zoners, you basically have to do a preemptive guess. And so I think he belongs in this tier because like he's good, he has strengths, but you got to be pretty skilled with him. He's as good as the player is. Ads are coming up, but don't freak out. You can still put your answers in the chat, and I'll talk about them. Let me know what you think about Tam Tam. And I keep forgetting though, if you're watching on YouTube or if you like are subscribed, you're not gonna see that. But yeah, yeah, I think Tam Tam belongs here. He requires precision and skill. Yeah, he does extend his hurt boxes, although, actually, let me double check something. Tam Tam. His pokes are still really good either way. I don't know about everything. The spaces that his pokes control are a bit different than Amakusa's. Tam Tam has better pokes for like mid-range, like a character with the way. Because Amakusa, once you're like a character with the way, he's either doing fairly unsafe stuff or he's doing something that can be high profiled, or he can get low crushed. Depending on matchup, at least. But let me look at Tam Tam's. Okay, why can I barely see this? Ow! That is bright. Sorry, hold up. Oh yeah, he's got no disjoint. So he has good quick pokes, but your footsies need to be on point. Because otherwise, if someone's better at you than neutral, then you're just gonna get whiff punished preemptively or not. So yeah, again, requires considerable precision. But Tam Tam feels, I I don't know if there's any, oh yeah, and disorder, that's also true. He's varying degrees of committal. Punishing the instant overhead depends on matchup and your spacing. Oh wait, I'm saying this, but I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, cool, yeah. I think punishing his commitments to the instant overhead or his lows depends on spacing and the matchup. But overall, like, he's good, but he requires some precision, but not as, like, counter-picky or as, like, insanely volatile as, like, these characters. Actually, sorry, now Cham Cham barely even seems volatile. I think it's more so just a question of, are you playing against someone with good anti-airs or not? But yeah, I don't think he's as easy to counterpick compared to the others. A character that we can debate might need to go down a tier, maybe, is Darli. Darli is one of the most straightforward characters in the game. And she does get high reward from just hitting you. But on paper, she feels pretty easy to force into methodical play. Yes, this game's anti-airs are bad, unless you have a standing disjoint or a, like an anti-air DP. And I guess the ease of use might vary. But on paper, this character should not be easy for her to get in. She does have catch and release, it's a pretty good mid-range poke. Not super unsafe, depending on matchup and spacing. But outside of that, she's very one-dimensional. She wants to get in and high-low throw you with varying degrees of commitment. Her high-low is actually pretty unsafe. Command grab is nice though to have. Meaty cross up that can force you to dodge on wake up. But again, all this requires finesse. Yeah. I think whether or not she should go down depends on how many matchups you guys think she is easy to anti-air. In fact, honestly, order-wise, I might need to put her here, maybe? Well, no, I think she, especially at like beginner intermediate level, her reward for just hitting you is pretty good. I've literally taught people at locals, like, pick up this game. If you like Darli, jump at them till they deal with it. And if they start dealing with it, start going for dashing high-low. So, like, she is one of the easiest characters in the game to, like, do stuff and get some reward. But that also makes her pretty one-dimensional. And the hammer, it's not entirely memes. I think there are like layers of conditioning and utility around it. I spent a concerning amount of time updating the wiki on her hammer and like the specific times for like charging the charges and yada yada. I think her hammer is mainly used for anti-zoning. Because you either preemptively are going to reflect fireballs or you're going to charge it and force people to approach. Unless they're going to sit there and then just jump over the shockwave and punish you. But that's also just testing whether or not people want to like risk that. Fu's characters? What does that stand for? Yeah, that's not even like a fundamentals thing. That's what I tell people like getting in, like just hopping into the game and just trying it out at a local. Like, there's more to Darli. Like, as me and Ghost have shown, You can play this character fairly methodical, and you sometimes in some matchups are forced to play methodical. But baseline, she's just jumping at you, bro. First order optimal strategy. Yeah, like that sort of thing. Which technically goes into knowledge check territory. Because that's what Darli baseline is. Jumping at people till they deal with it. Outside of that, her options are fairly limited, and just like the other characters in this tier, she's as good as the player. You don't really have anything else that you can like rely on to carry you to victory. Jump seeing at people till they deal with it works at locals, but higher level, I think there are a good amount of matchups where she can't just jump around. Unless we go back to the agenda that anti-airing in this game is trash, and she actually is like scary. Well, when people start JDing your jump C, that's when you should start doing deep jump Cs, so they can't stance break you. And then you doing deep jump ins makes you easy to anti-air, and that's the layers of jumping in this game. The problem is some characters are way easier at enforcing early jumps than others. So yeah, I think Darli, I don't know if she needs to go down, but I think she absolutely is one of the defining characters for this tier. Because outside of locals, she absolutely requires finesse. If you lose to a Darli, you either are playing online and you messed up your anti-airs, or you're getting outplayed. Like, straight up. And I love playing Darli. Yeah, I need to write that down. First order optimal strategy. I like that. Would you guys agree or disagree with that? Like, Darli's not a character that, like, you get bullied with, unless you're getting knowledge checked or outplayed. Or again, you're playing online and your anti-airs are trash. Because even in some matchups where you may not have the most reliable anti-air, you probably have really good air-to-airs. Nako, Jubei, Ruru, Hibiki. Actually, all the top tiers. Always be. Well, does that mean it's just good adaptation? Or you guys have a little like triangle rivalry going on, rock paper scissors sort of thing? But yeah, in NorCal, half of NorCal is Darli's, bro. And it was really fun seeing people like pick her up. Not anti-airing, air-to-airing. Hibiki should definitely be able to air-to-air Darli. Fade away, jump B or jump C? Dog, how the frick not? You should be able to at least fade away, jump B. If you're like up close though, yeah, I could see jump C being a little bit harder to air with. That is also an option though. When you're, I mean, it's a scary option, but technically an option. When you're like close to Darli, if you can't anti-air her, you probably should be trying to dash past her. Probably. Or it goes back to what we said about the layers of jumping. If a Darli is doing a jump C early enough for it to be hard for you to react to, that means you should be instant blocking and stance breaking instead. And if they're doing deep jumps, you should be able to air. Or you're freaking Hibiki. You have, like, arguably the best close medium in the game. What happened to proximity is fine. Wait, what? Hibiki 2B? Wait, are you talking about Darli 2B? Hibiki, well, if you're spaced out to like the max range of her jump, but you shouldn't be like under Darli trying to do 2B. That is a terrible idea. In general, against characters like this, like Darli, Charlotte, Iroha, depending on the matchup, Baiken, Yoshi, Yashamaru, Hibiki, you should not be using a crouching anti-air against any of these characters, probably. The risk is probably not worth it. Well, Charlotte can do space jumps also. Depends on matchup and what type of anti-air you have. Because there's there's 3 types of anti-airs in this game. Well, I guess 4. One type has 2 subsections. There's standing disjoints, like Baiken 6P, like Hibiki close medium, Warden 5A depending on your spacing, stuff like that. Stuff that you can do standing that has good range on it. There's DPs, things with anti-air or full invul, the most reliable choices depending on matchup. And then there's low profile anti-airs, things that anti-air because you make the aerial whiff rather than you actually hitting them out of the air or hitting them out of their move. You're making them whiff, and then your low profile is hitting their recovery. And the subsection of that is there are crouching disjoints, like Tam Tam 2B, Kaz 2C, yeah. Using teleport. That's mainly good against like double jumpers or like an insanely preemptive read. Yeah, Kaz crouching heavy is just big. I don't even think he low profiles that well. It's just big. So yeah, keep that in mind when you're going up against matchups like these characters. But yeah. All that to say, I think that's part of why Darli is a very one-note character. She has stuff, but you're forced to use it very methodically at like higher level. So I think she probably shouldn't go any higher. Part of me is wondering if she should go under Tam Tam, to be honest. Let me know what y'all think. I'm trying to think of who gets more reward overall, like for their game plan. Tam Tam just feels a little bit more flexible and safer. And I think overall Tam Tam might be higher. Oh, my phone's at 1%. What the frick? Next up, Wan-Fu. He's a character we could debate could go up, maybe, but I think the amount of precision he requires and some matchups that on paper should make him get bullied, maybe, I think he belongs here. because he is one of the big balls characters of the game, and one of the criminally downplayed characters at the same time, because everyone sees the character tossing their weapon around. Oh, you don't want to lose your weapon. This character is trash. He's betting his life on the line. But one, I think a lot of people have barely realized now that Wan-Fu's frame data is kind of insane. But two, again, you don't have to throw your life away at every possible moment. The main times that he's a feels bad character is like in last round situations where you would have needed to like burst and you don't, like you're being kept away from your weapon. And again, I think theoretically there should be some matchups where he should be able to be bullied out of his weapon from like a bad weapon toss. Woo, Sogetsu, basically any of the set play characters, and any characters with like pretty non-committal offense to like just try and pressure him. But outside of that, like people forget he's designed to be weaponless. His punches are pretty good. In fact, when you space his punches correctly, it can actually be kind of hard to know how to take your turn against this character. Because you don't want to get... gosh dang it. You don't want to get weapon caught. But you also don't want to hesitate, or he's just going to like keep trying to do dashing normals or hit you with the dash kick. Or command grab you, because he becomes a grappler when he's weaponless. Yeah, like, if no one's ever seen it, like, look on the wiki. His frame data should be relatively updated by now. This character unarmed is a threat. Absolutely. It's just a question of, are you playing a matchup where if you play good enough, he'll, like, struggle to get his weapon back when he needs it. Which, again, he mainly would need it for, like, defensive reasons. Because without his weapon, he doesn't have burst or a DP. Yeah, he's also deceptively hard to anti-air depending on the matchup. He's a floaty jump, but like I think his jump D raises his hitbox. I need to check, but it's weird. Anti-airing this character feels kind of weird. Well, actually no, it is weird because on top of that, like he has weapon toss layers. Actually, this character's messed up to try to anti-air. The more I think about it, how cool! Oh my gosh. Yeah, this character is kind of wild. But he's in this tier because his strength isn't like as like given out the gate. You need finesse. You need to know what you're doing, or you're just gonna throw your life away and you accept the consequences. One of the two. So you guys can let me know if you think he belongs in strong. Again, pretty solid frame data unarmed, well, pretty good frame data unarmed, but even with his weapon, he has pretty decent pokes, he has a reversal, good recoil layers. Yeah, I don't know if he's a character that the players entirely suffer from brain rot, but there has been the misconception about him. You need to be playing him right. Hi. So you guys agree with his placement then? I mean, because it can poke, and your ability to punish it depends on matchup. And also, like, it's like Ukyo, it's a built-in Rekka. Or wait, 236, am I mixing up his Tatsu and the weapon toss? Which, by the way, in case people didn't know, part of why he's so messed up is he has cross-up plus frames. So a lot of what you need to do against him is not interact with him in general, which can be hard when he can toss his weapon at you from 3/4 of the screen. So he's good, like, make no mistake, but He absolutely requires precision and skill. So I'm guessing no one like disputes that at all. I wouldn't think so. Like, shoutouts to Sorrow and to Chaco. Probably the two best Wan-Fus in the world as far as I've seen. Pretty darn good. Oh. Oh, thank you, Tamish. I have been delivered food. Oh wait, what's on here? I've been given a spicy chicken sandwich. Why is Shizu there? Howdy. Dang, this man's coming out swinging. What do you mean, why is he there? We'll get to it later. But, to kick off the agenda strong, he's the actual 20XX character. This might be the most hideous thing, really? Put extra hot sauce? I mean, I could. What does Shizu do? Dog. Okay. Okay, chat, do I continue the order I was going in, or do we address Shizu right now? I'll leave it up to chat, because I can address Shizu right now if need be. Okay. But if you want the short answer, he has privilege, just like these other characters. But I'll get into specifics later. He absolutely does stuff. And he, if people put in the same amount of time, he would be placing, absolutely. But I'll get to that later. We're gonna finish off the extra effort tier. Charlato. White Woman Gaming. Dustin, trust me, dude. I'm not someone that's just gonna say inflammatory things. I have notes on every character in the game, and I'm excessively nerdy with this kind of stuff. Don't worry, I will explain. Wu places Wu's over Shizu. This is the agenda that we need. Oh, brother. Brother. Let me talk about Charlotte. So, Charlotte is definitively one of the most honest characters in the game. There's some debate whether or not she should go in strong, but Charlotte... Howdy, Tal. We talked about it. Wu, there was some wonder of whether or not she should go into extra effort, but I'm keeping Wu in this bottom tier because she is like the most archetypal character in this game, and she is probably one of the easiest characters in the game to counterpick. Well, yeah, this is all about character viability, and part of how you evaluate character viability is the character's toolkit and their theoretical matchup spread. And that's why I'm going into excessively verbose lengths to talk about each character, because I'm talking about what makes them the way they are and what they in theory lose to. No, there's no camera. Well, yeah, we still need to do a matchup tier list. Darli dumpstering Yasha? That shouldn't happen. I mean, she should be able to air him good, but Yasha should be able to be mad annoying and keep away from her. How am I downplaying Baiken? Okay, y'all are getting too strong with the agenda. Hey, what do you mean? The Baiken mirror is the most big brain and most baby mode matchup in the game at the same time. We've talked about it. I'm sorry, because the agenda is funny. Charlotte, though, my bad to any Charlotte fans. I think people know she's one of the most honest characters in the game, because aside from jumping until people deal with it, she's literally just pokes. She is, like, it's hard to even call her well-rounded. She's a mid-range zoner. Her goal is technically mostly to keep you away from her in the mid-range and then just throw fireballs if you can't, like, immediately deal with it. Howdy, Genosuke. But Charlotte doesn't have any sauce outside of just poking you and testing your anti-airs. She has good pokes. In fact, the speed of her pokes can actually make it kind of hard for you to know how to take your turn. But that's just it. It's just a bunch of paper cuts. She actually is a death by 1,000 cuts character unless you mess up an anti-air. And because her only lows are her kicks, technically, see, you want to talk about characters that can lose to a random deflect? Charlotte is actually one of the characters in the game that should lose to a random deflect. She's literally all mids. Aside from her kicks and a pretty good universal overhead. Like, anime players love to, like, call characters just mids. Charlotte is actually just mids. Yeah, so she's another character that I think is, like, one of the defining characters of extra effort tier, where the matchup spread could vary. Her strength, like, she does have considerable strengths, but she is only as good as the player. You are not being carried by this character by any circumstances. Even if your game plan is to just jump till they deal with it. Like, this character is all finesse. That's why, shoutouts to Guppy. I love how Guppy plays this character so much. Because he is all finesse. He is just outplaying you in neutral. And then catching you every now and then with, like, a little bit of funny. Like a perfectly spaced, like, jump D to, like, either get plus frames or empty hit into throw. But outside of that, it's just footsies, dog. Charlotte is finesse. She doesn't have anything else. She literally doesn't have anything else. If you lose to a Charlotte, you got outplayed. Guppy... Wait, how did Guppy do? Did he go 1-2 or 0-2 in the championship? I need to check the bracket. But Guppy has absolutely shown how this character is supposed to be played. Oh, so he tied with me. Cool. Score plays Charlotte sometimes? All I've ever seen from him now is his Haohmaru and Hibiki. Well, I wish I could have seen that, Dustin. Well, thank you, babe. Yeah, I'd still consider him the best Charlotte, and it's not even close. I think there have been times where, like, him and Watanabe get caught off by other playstyles. But outside of that, I think he's still the best Charlotte in the world, like, definitively. But I think she's, like, the poster girl of honest footsies in this game. Lagia? Who's that? And that's why I haven't really moved Charlotte up or down, because, like, I really can't think of any circumstances where she's not, like, a character that's only as good as how good you are at, like, outplaying people. The only way you're carried playing Charlotte is if you're just playing against the characters with the worst anti-airs in the game. Or the Charge doesn't know what they're doing. Well, I'm glad you brought that up because she's another of the character. I think I mentioned all the duos, but she's another example of the duos in this game where, yes, Jubei is better, but there is some merit to playing her instead. Basically, you play her if you want a hot white woman, but you want to do more zoning than just, like, poking. They're similar, but not 100% similar. Genjiro? Yeah, Genjiro's moving up, but I'm telling you now, he's not going up a tier. Like, let's slow down. Nishi no Yu is a god. But, spoiler, he's not going out of this tier. That's not bottom 5, brother. We'll get to it. Even I can't downplay Genjiro anymore. Again, part of what happened at SWC is it confirmed a lot of the things that I've already known about characters, but it also showed the potency of some characters that I had undermined before. What does he do? Stuff. High-key messed up stuff. We'll get to it. Or if you watch this on YouTube later, skip to the timestamp. But we finished out the bottom. We can consider this the bottom 8 of the game. Unless we move Earthquake around. Because Earthquake is a really weird character to judge. How are we on time? We might get ads in like 15 minutes. So I'll try and keep an eye out. If I put brother, spoiler, Hanzo is staying in that spot. If I were to give you a quick answer though, Dustin, Genjiro's offense is actually crazy potent when used correctly. And that's what Nishi no Yu showed. I'd already figured, but my thing with Genjiro was that doesn't matter when I think a lot of characters should be able to keep him out. But Genjiro can get in, and when he gets in, it's really messed up. But we'll get to it when we get to it. Let's go in order of the strong tier first. Now we're in the bulk of the cast. The strong characters. These are the characters that are a threat out the box. These are characters that you need to respect regardless. Also, I'm actually moving things. I know Iroha will need to go lower, not even just for agenda, but just from some things that I actually talked to Nice Ball about. But I know some of you aren't gonna like it. Sorry, I phrased that weird. But basically, Iroha is debatable, but every character in this tier has something about them that they need to respect. No, it's not Shizu PTSD. It's just, like, facts about the character. Which I will get to, don't worry. Oh my god, Dustin. Nice Ball, yeah, he's one of my most favorite players in, like, the whole scene. Like, I love you all, but Nice Ball is some of the most fun I have playing this game with. He's just such an enjoyable guy to be around. And he's like my standard for how I want to play this game. And low-key how I feel the game should be played mostly. Because he's actually showing like what it means to multi-main in this game. Nice Ball and Cypher are like my two idols in this game right now. Yeah, shout outs to you, dude. You're the best. We're getting off track. The strong characters. All these characters have something about them they need to respect. That need to be respected. And their matchup spread should be mostly good. You're probably only counterpicking for like one really weird out-of-pocket matchup. Or you're just being lazy. Like, to be frank. because all these characters should have the means to navigate their disadvantageous matchups because of how potent their toolkit is or like their main game plans. And we're gonna start with Earthquake because he's a character that I had considered to be in the extra effort tier. He's just so weird, man. He's a zoner, right? But he's also really good at just getting in when he wants to. Because not only is he in the category of jump at them till they deal with it characters, he also, for some reason, has one of the best advancing attacks in the game. Sorry, hold up. There we go. Like, I don't understand why Earthquake, like, I know Scrub has tried to justify it, but Earthquake's frame data straight up doesn't make sense. Based on his toolkit and the way he's built, there is no reason this hippity-hoppity zoner should have the best dashing kick in the game. You can't low crush it. It's unusually safe, if not plus, when you space it correctly. And he's able to just get in on the ground when that's supposed to be one of his weaknesses. He's a slow dash on the ground. He's not supposed to be able to just pull up on you. He has issues. Those issues more so revolve around precision, really. And I think some Earthquakes just don't position themselves properly and they get a little too happy with the hippity-hoppity or too committal with the high-low throw. Which, by the way, that is another aspect of his toolkit, which is heavily enforced by his dashing kick. Because his 6-6D is so good, you can't really know how to take your turn against this character unless you're a top tier. And that creates strike throw layers in itself. His lights are okay. His Bs are okay when spaced. Basically, you really should be using his Bs like sparingly. It's just his Bs are one of his like poke options if you like want to catch a mid-range dash or if you want to like clip someone low. Varying degrees of unsafe depending on matchup. His lights up close are okay. But again, part of what he's doing is he's jumping at you a bunch, testing your anti-airs, which a lot of characters can't even anti-air this character. And then if you're in the mid-range on the ground, if you're not someone with like already strong mid-range presence, he's just gonna get in for free because he's gonna do 6-6D. It's gonna be spaced. You're gonna make a guess of how to take your turn and get deflected. You're gonna try to throw. He's gonna already be jumping, probably. Or you're gonna hesitate and you're gonna get command grabbed or hit with an overhead. Yeah, the main good Earthquakes are Cotier. Well, like highest level Earthquake, it's probably just Cotier, actually, now that I think about it. And I guess whichever one from Taiwan you guys are mentioning. Cotier is really good. Shout out to only Master Belmont. I don't know if he really enters tournaments at the moment, though. But yeah, I mostly agree with Scrub. This character's been slept on. The main reason I've kept him here, though, is because he is also technically kind of one-dimensional. But this goes back to the agenda of what we said of anti-airs in this game being terrible. If you can't anti-air this character, fighting him's kind of messed up, actually. Or actually, two things. If you can't anti-air him, and if you don't have good mid-range presence, not only just to anti-air him, but keep him from pulling up with you with dashing kick, then you're guessing. It's a bunch of guesses of how you're gonna like try to box with him. Which again, makes no sense because he's built like a freaking keep away zoner. Like, that's what I disagree with you on, Scrub, is this character makes no sense. I think he's... I think this character is a happy accident. He does not seem built properly. I liked, on release, I liked the whole, like, thing of, oh, he looks like he'd be a big brawler, grappler, but he's actually just like a hippity-hoppity runaway zoner. I like the subverting expectations with him. But there's stuff about him that does not make sense for his archetype. Well, Hanzo is he's not a hard grappler, he's the closest thing to a grappler in this game. We'll get to that later. Yeah, JP's a character I should be playing in Street Fighter 6. He is cool. Kind of fits his demeanor though. Old guy, not trying to deal with funny business, he's just trying to keep you away. Yeah, I know what you mean though. Yeah, well, but that's what's contradictory though. He's a strike throw character. Basically, oh, wait. Huh. I just had a realization that I kind of don't like. He is kind of the Yuzu of this game. But I still feel like it's on accident. He's a zoner that ends up having a good strike throw game. Because they don't really do much else. Basically, everything that you're doing is to like get people scared and do strike throw. Oh my god, he's Yuzu. Oh, frick. Oh, I hate that. Oh, no. Although he's built a little bit more. Again, it feels unintentional. A bit more to box because like he has high-low throw. Overhead, command grab, and then one of the most busted lows in the game. But it's all on a zoner. It's weird. This character is so freaking weird, man. So yeah, I think he belongs on the border of strong. Because yes, he does have his weaknesses. No, Yuzu from Under Night. Because part of the meme with Yuzu is she's called a grappler because zoning in Under Night, depending on who you ask, is considered quote-unquote not real because that game has an actually good dash block. And Yuzu doesn't have any mix, so a lot of what Yuzu is doing is she's using her zoning to get you to hesitate to run up and grab you. So that's why people meme and call Yuzu a grappler, but she's not really a grappler. Earthquake, I guess, is kind of the same way. He's built for zoning, but he's pulling up on you on the ground. Oh my god, I hate this character. I don't like that that comparison kind of makes sense. But anyways, I know opinions about Earthquake greatly vary. Also, I'm gonna ignore the Shiki's the grappler thing up there. Yeah, like again, his lights up close are fine. Has the best dashing kick in the game. Well, this is what you guys do to me. But yeah, I know this character is like controversial because some people consider him trash, some people consider him insanely good. I think this is a good spot for him. He's the border of going down. And I think how you fight him really just depends on your character. It's really just whether or not you have a DP or you're a top tier. So yeah, sorry, moving on. Haohmaru. We did a lot of yapping about Haohmaru earlier on. I'm probably not going to keep it in this archive, but basically part of why I have him on the border of being lower is because he's technically well-rounded, kind of, but he doesn't excel at anything in particular. He's kind of just solid. And he's really only just scary if you're playing a lower tier character or if he's in rage. Overall, though, he can be up here on the principle of being decently well-rounded. Solid pokes, good combo options, has a DP, so also has a reliable anti-air. Has good Oki in the corner, which we'll get to that later, soon. Outside of that, though, he's not doing anything crazy. His zoning and anti-zoning, quote-unquote, greatly depends on matchup, but at least it is an option, technically. So yeah, I consider him on the border. He is technically a threat, because if you are a remotely decent player, you at least, like, you can do stuff with him if you're fundamentally sound. See if people react to an overhead. Be careful with doing your lows or you're gonna get punished hard. Well, not all your lows. I mean, like his sweep. But he has other less committal stuff to do. He's another character where his only lows are his kicks. So technically, he also is a character that could lose to a random deflect. Especially with how much Haohmaru's up to wish confirm with freaking 2B and 6-6B. Would anyone really disagree that he's on the border? I'm gonna admit that he's strong, but you can't tell me he's doing anything like out the box scarier than the character, like all these other characters. Haohmaru doesn't really have sauce. He's a pro tag without the pro tag privilege, but he's still decently well-rounded. So I consider him on the border here. Cool. Let me know. Amakusa Gama. This freaking character, I will always say, on the top of the list of the most criminally downplayed characters, because people just, no offense, didn't know how to play him when he first came out. Just like Basara, he's a hybrid. He's a zoner and rushdown. He's doing traditional Hadouken, but also he's a slow fireball to enforce his mix. Pretty reliable vortex, actually. High-low, cross-up, throw. This character's vortex is pretty schnasty. When used correctly, which is the main reason that he's in strong, but he's like on the border, is because he is also a character that requires considerable precision. But I think the potency of his offense and zoning warrants him being in strong. Because even an Amakusa kind of not knowing what they're doing needs to be respected. You can still get mixed from half screen. You can still out-zone like some of the other zoners. And some characters can't even, like, deal with his zoning as, like, well. I know it was brought up at SWC that Charlotte can't even jump over his fireballs, apparently. I never even noticed that. I don't think Charlotte wants to be trying to get in. I think she wants to be forcing Amakusa to come to him. Because either he's going to shoot fireballs and give her meter for Rage Fireball, and her Rage Fireball is just better. Or he's going to do slow fireball and try to get in and enforce some, like, offense. But from there, it's the layers of how she retaliates, or if she just chooses correctly against the mix. To slow fireball? I don't know about slow fireball. Fast fireball, though, yeah. I think so, yeah. Fast Fireball should always beat her. Unless you, like, just are off with your timing or whatever. And at that point, you probably just want to be inching your way forward. Remember, in this game against zoning, like, yes, you can just chill and get meter and instant block, but you can also just inch your way forward or micro dashes. But yeah, aside from that, I think, actually, no, let me double check. The main things that Amakusa should lose to are either fast advancing punishes, for like, when he does like try to space things, but you still punish them, or just better zoning. Yeah, it's probably one of Amakusa's only like winning matchups, maybe? Yeah, the fireballs cancel each other out. Even the rage ones, if they make a contact with the fireball, they disappear. But yeah, Charlotte's fireball is one of the slower startup fireballs in the game. So it depends on timing and distance and good decisions. But yeah, Amakusa should have never been slept on. When played correctly, he is a menace, genuinely. But I have him on the border here because of precision, solely because of precision. Like, he very much has zoner buttons, just like Wu. High recovery. You do not want to be caught crouching when you whiff a crouch medium. His kicks are pretty solid though. For like that, like slightly far away from him. Like, between mid-range and up close, whatever you want to call that. His kicks are good. His lights are actually pretty darn good if you don't have a good low crush. Or if you're not, like, really precise with your dashes. Like, Amakusa doesn't always have to be super committal. But, again, precision. That's why he's here. Let me know if y'all agree or disagree, but now we need to get to the man of the hour. Dustin, whoever else is watching, I hope y'all are ready. Now we're talking about Genjiro. His freaking character, dude. So, my thing with him, part of why I used to consider him an extra effort, actually, is because he has good offense. But the problem is, there should be a good amount of characters that make him require finesse and low-key struggle to get in. Basically, if you are outside of his max card range, he should not be a threat to you. And this is why I'm not gonna move him like super crazy and like move him up a tier or whatever. But I think it's safe to say that we can consider his offense potent enough to where when he does get in, it's actually messed up. It's crazy. Genjiro in the corner, this might be controversial, but I think Genjiro in the corner is more messed up than Baiken. Because part of the main things that makes Genjiro's offense so dangerous is when you get card at max range. I was telling Sarah and other people that card stuff, he should not get away with him. It's not downplaying. I'm just saying it's that good. Listen. Card stuff up close, he should not get away with it. You can punish it on block and just do something that is forward advancing that gets you away from the card. Or just grab him. Yeah, well, because healing vision, that's the thing. You literally can't. Mostly. Depending on your character, you can't retaliate. Outside of that, it's guesses, because Genjiro, when you get that max card distance, which is what Nishino Yu is really good at, he's plus. So you have a plus, he is plus frames with this card coming at you. Which, sorry, I'm gonna double check. It's an overhead, right? everyone can. Well, actually, I think it would depend. You're gonna run up throw when he's plus from like half screen? What do you mean? And that's part of the layers with it. I was doing my homework. He actually does not have that much like results to study off of. Hold on, I'm double checking some things. Yeah, so the card coming down is an overhead, and if blocked at the correct range, he's plus, and that range is like half screen-ish. So, well, actually, like a third screen to half screen, let's say that. So when you block this card at max distance, the card is an overhead. You have to determine, okay, is he gonna poke and stop my approach? Is it gonna be low? If I'm in the corner, is he gonna do an overhead? And actually, even when he's closer and it's not plus, you can try to retaliate, but the card's still coming down. And then actually, I'm pretty sure we've literally saw it in matches. People were in the corner, they tried to mash, they get hit, they hit him, but they get hit by the card, and then he combos off of it. You're knocked down, and then he rinses and repeats. Like Genjiro Oki in the corner is messed up. Well, that's if you're close enough. Like, if you're like a character with the way, you should be able to just run up and throw him. But again, this is talking about using the card at the appropriate distances, which again, Nishinoyu is really good at, especially for Oki. When you're far away enough, you're gonna get the plus frames and you're gonna be too far to just retaliate with the throw. And on top of that, there are the different bounce distances to cover other options. He can do the far bounce card if you want to try to retreat, for example. There's like a whole lot of layers around the card when it's used correctly. Yeah, so that's my main point, is that, in fact, I think I probably in the past didn't emphasize it enough, and this also put it into clear view and see it in action. 250 matches from what? The streams? Because that is something that I didn't check out leading up to SWC. Is like the streams. I was talking about tourneys though. And also, wait a minute. You're talking about you as in, wait, hold on. Are you talking about the right player? We're talking about Nishinoyu the Genjiro. You, as in, you, I forgot the full name of his tag, but there's you as in the Yashamaru player. Yeah, that's Nishinoyu. Wait, how did you put it in replay theater? What did you spell it as? You just put it as you? Oh, okay, yeah, you put the Nihongo and then you put it just as you. Okay. Wait, then how do you put the Yashamaru? Do you just put YU? Yeah, where's the Yashamaru on, replay theater? But anywho, thank you, Bread. For future reference, I'll be trying to go through, like, all the stream matches and stuff. But, like, tournament-wise, he doesn't have that much, like, tournament, showcasing. Which is part of why he blindsided everybody at SWC. But also, aside, like, we spent all the time just talking about the card pressure. The Rekka is messed up, depending on your usage, because on Oki, or just in scrambles, it's essentially just a guess. You're not reacting to, like, point-blank immediate cross-up. And he mostly picks pretty good. Actually, no, he does pick good times to, like, P with a surprise cross-up. But some players were just ready to, like, just try and call it out. But there's, like, Rekka layers on top of it. Up, is he gonna cross up? Is he gonna continue in front? Is he gonna do nothing? And then you're gonna waste a few frames on your potential punish. So he can go unpunished for a lot of some of these things, depending on your character and how easy your advancing punishes are. And on top of all of that, his kicks are also actually insane. He's a comboable low, which is a surprisingly rare privilege that you can use for Oki or for punishes. His dashing kick is unusually good. Well, dashing kick and his 3D. It's unusually good. He can be plus. And even though like his standing kick isn't the super dumb brain dead version of the game's release, it's still really good. Yeah, so order wise, yeah, universal overheads, they're usually even, if not slightly plus. But I forgot if his is active enough to be able to be even more plus. I'd have to check. But yeah, like, his overhead is fast enough and slightly plus enough to where, actually, you guys saw, he'd throw it out in scrambles. And then you're getting clipped, but you also want to, like, try to think how you should retaliate. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So I'll just need to be more thorough in checking out the other stuff that they do. Or whatever he's on, like streams and stuff. Order-wise, I don't know how high I'll put him, because I still need to talk about the other characters. But he's at least going here. Possibly higher than Jubei. I don't know. Let me know what order you guys think, but he's at least here. Genjiro's offense, I think, is powerful enough to warrant being considered a considerable like a notable threat. And again, like, something I've been wondering about for a while. I don't know how he gets in, but he gets in. Like, are anti-airs really just that bad in this game? Continues to be the important question. Because again, if you have the means to stay out of his max card range, and you have a reliable anti-air, Genjiro should not be able to just pull up on you. But it's weird. Eventually he just gets in. So yeah, for now I'm gonna keep him here. Another character we see a lot of lately, Warden. Definitively the simplest character in the game. Yeah, like, I know Genjiro, it seems like people would have Season 1 PTSD, but no, like, he's never, like, even after he got nerfed and people tried to, like, think, oh, he's trash, he's never been trash. I never thought he was amazing either, but he is a considerably great character. As long as you know what you're doing. I think, hopefully by now, all the Genjiros in the world that have suffered from like 5C brain rot, hopefully y'all can look at Nishi no Yu and know how to play correctly. In fact, when I was talking to him, I forgot the context of what we were talking about, but I think I was like asking him what other characters I should have played. I think he had said like Rui is good against Genjiro, but not when he's playing Genjiro. Because if a Genjiro is patient and knows how to get in, they can make things terrible for her. But any other Genjiro, especially from my experience, Wu can actually See, I'm using Rui and Wu interchangeably, good lord. She can actually, like, control space pretty well outside of the card range to, like, make it hard for him. So, on paper, any other characters that can keep him out, it should be hard. But I don't know. Yeah, crazy, right? If you use your brain and stop playing like you have a bomb strapped to your chest, these characters are better than you think. Maybe that is really the lesson of the day. I hope that doesn't come off as rude. But yeah, Warden. Simplest character in the game, but probably one of the best characters of showing simple but effective. There's another character that I considered down here because he is genuinely sauceless, aside from like Rekka layers that like have varying degrees of answers to them. He's literally just poking you and jumping at you. That's all he's doing. In fact, technically, some of his pokes are Haohmaru's, but better. But I think he is it saucy? Is it really? On hit Rekka. It ain't that crazy, dog. He has some good strike throw layers off of it. And yes, like, it looks kind of cool. But I mean, like, gameplay-wise, he's not doing anything crazy. But the problem is, the reward from him just hitting you is pretty darn good. Because his damage is really good. If he does catch you lacking on your anti-airs, crazy good damage. Or he'll go into, like, Rekka layers, and then test your guessing or whatever. So honestly, I think he is a character that requires finesse. But at the same time, we have our anti-air agenda. This character does seem to just get in and hit you. So he's another borderline character for me. In fact, this is probably, basically, if you don't want a hot waifu, this is the character that you should be telling people to jump into this game with. Aside from, like, the obvious picks, like Haohmaru, Jubei, Charlotte. This is the actual just jump and push buttons character. And then, whether or not you want to use like 10% more of your brain for like Rekka stuff and feints, do triple heavy feint into like low sweep, dang I'm nice, then you can do that. But yeah, I'm not moving him any higher because this character, he's not doing anything else. But he is a good character. I'm leaving him in strong solely on the virtue that he does give considerable reward for playing very basic. And I think it's more so we see success with him in the hands of good players. Yeah, well, in fact, good. That means that this category is adequately categorized, right? But like when you think about the people that play Warden, they're really only using him in like top 8s or top 16s from just being a good player. Unless you're playing like a lower tier that can't really retaliate because of like bad frame data, you should have some way to either keep this character out or box with him up close. So yeah, not really much to talk about with this character. Anything else that happens, like feint cancels and getting the shoulder tackle because you fell asleep mid-bracket, yeah, that's on you. Hanzo's worst matchup? Really? poking him with 5A? Can you get to the mid-range and hit him low? Or do the slinkies, force him to jump. Actually, I forgot. Can he even reflect? He can reflect slinky, right? I always forget at this point which characters can and can't reflect slinky. Okay, yeah, in that case, I can see that proposing some difficulty. Next up, though, Galford. So Galford is a hybrid character by nature because he is an assist character. Anytime you have a character that you can like call to do stuff separate from you, I consider you inherently a hybrid character. You're pretty free-form in what you do. Oh frick, ads are coming up. You can play him like a zoner. You can play him a bit more rusher down. It just depends on your choices in neutral and the matchup. And you especially see it in how everyone plays this character kind of differently. And I think the best way to play him, though, is you kind of need to ebb and flow between, like, being zony and going for grime. Because he's got high-low throw, got plus frames from Poppy. So there's a lot of layers in, like, dealing with his aggression. Yeah. In fact, I think he's another character you shouldn't be rolling in against. So you're just creating more ambiguity for yourself. Yeah, I don't really know if there's anything else to talk about. He's got decent zoning. I say decent because he has some of the more committal zoning, more recovery on his stuff. But that's where positioning comes in. Kind of like full screen-ish is where Galford wants to be zoning. And if you want to go in, you call heavy Poppy, you dash up in there. Galford is one of the fastest characters on the ground. The main things that he should lose to... yeah, sorry. I held them back as long as I can. The main things he should... If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I'll wait till they're out of the ads. Well, I mean, I could just repeat myself. But basically, Galford on paper should mainly just lose to strong mid-range or aerial presence, depending on your game plan. Because if you have a strong mid-range, you should be able to, like, poke Poppy when she comes, poke Galford when he comes, and anti-air him when he tries to, like, jump for whatever reason. Or if you have strong aerial presence, it can be hard for Galford to pin down, and he kind of has to rely on Poppy calls to, like, hit you out of the air. But yeah, I think his flexibility overall nets him a place here. In strong. I think it just comes down to players like being good at flipping the switch between the lame and the aggression. I don't know if anyone like really debates where Galford goes. I think I've heard him downplayed in the past, maybe? Can't remember. I know there were previous major events where people considered him really annoying. That was really funny to see. Yeah, that is true, because with all the poppy calls and kunais, you should be trying to instant block as much as you can, but you do have to be careful with that, because you can mix up the timing with things. Yeah. And then whether you're blocking or like you're hesitating, he can come up and grab you. And Poppy also enforces that not only from plus frames, but also like really ambiguous situations where you can't tell whether or not Galford's gonna hit you first, or Poppy's gonna hit you first. So yeah, I think his offense and his zoning overall is really good. It might just be a matter of like skill and awareness, knowing when to ease up and be lame and when to like go for the aggression. I'm glad you're out of the ads now. But yeah, I don't think anyone like has any crazy thoughts about Galford. What people do have crazy thoughts about though is the next best waifu, Iroha. I know people haven't liked my agenda downplaying her. And I'm really glad I got to talk to Niceball about this character, because funny enough, Niceball has been the main person we've seen like have success with her at higher level, aside from, I forgot if, well, Watanabe beat Goro once with Iroha, but I don't think he took any games with Iroha after that. And Niceball actually won a match in the championship with Iroha, right? And for everyone in the Discord, for everyone watching, I need y'all to understand. I know I seem like just an agenda-filled down player, but there is reasoning to this. I've tried to tell y'all that Iroha is one of the most awkward characters in this game. She is technically the closest to a Street Fighter character. In a game where like run-up throw is like one of the strongest options in the game, Iroha immediately has a problem. Not having a run is like both one of her greatest strengths and her greatest weakness. When you don't have a run, like you literally can't retaliate against some things in this game. So any characters with like strong mid-range presence, she's got 6K, brother. Yes, she's gonna punish things with her 20-something frame forward kick. Actually, hers are like 19 frames. Let me double check. Yes, there are some moves she has that have like mobility, so that way like they are supposed to replace her having a dash, but that doesn't give her the same freedom in like navigating neutral and punishing. She does have the parry, which basically the parry is really only for non-deflectable mids like Baiken 2B, or if you know somebody's gonna retaliate with a special move instead of a poke. Outside of that, you just deflect, dog. Her parry is very situational. It is an option, but very situational. But yeah, her mobility is great and also bad at the same time. Her jump is mainly for like baiting and like creating hesitation. The double jump layers can be hard to deal with depending on your character. I literally typed up an entire list of how every character in the game should be trying to anti-air or air to her. Every character has something they should be doing. She's not impossible to anti-air, trust me. And her dash, even though it's not a run, it can be a decent low crush and like call out throws if people are trying to run up throw you. But again, it makes her limited in how she can navigate neutral defensively. Not only because it can limit her punish options, which is pretty important in a game where people are almost always unsafe, but also it makes her really have a really tough time with like comebacks, like trying to get in and do offense. And that's why I try to tell people the main things that she loses to are strong mid-range presence to poke her or keep her out of the air. But you also need a lot of patience. One of the things Nice Ball told me was that he picks Iroha depending on the player. Because there are some characters in this, actually there's honestly a lot of characters in this game that can really do a solid job of just using their pokes to just chill. I've talked to Scrub about this a long time ago with Baiken. I've told other people about this when they like struggle with the character. Part of the problem people have with Iroha is that, no offense, but I think she forces people to play the game in a way that they don't like. She forces not only the person using her to be really lame, but she forces the opponent to be really lame. This character, like we talked about characters that are designed to be annoying, Iroha is designed to test your patience and your neutral. There are plenty of matchups in this game where things should just fall apart if you just chill and poke. Again, that's the main things that she loses to, are strong mid-range presence. Characters that have really good pokes and anti-airs to just like keep her out. Because the moment that she loses a life lead, she is struggling. She's one of the hardest characters in the game to make a comeback with. Yeah, I don't know why Justin Wong doesn't play this character. That's part of why I love her so much. She is so lame. It's great. With her offense, there is, like, she does have some sauce with her offense. A little bit of visual noise, like with empty aerial DPs, a safe Tatsu, pretty good kicks. So, not to say that, like, combating her is, like, completely cut and dry. Again, it kind of just depends on your character. But again, I think that's the step one with everyone, like, when they evaluate this character, you gotta realize you need to be patient. And Goro was maybe right that Iroha should, on paper, maybe have, like, a decent match, at least slight advantage against Yoshi. So if anyone wants to clip this and send it to Goro, here, Goro, you were right. Iroha beats Yoshi. We can just leave it that simple. But again, fighting her is all about patience. Let's look at this clip. Yeah, like if she does aerial DP in your face, you should be grabbing her. If she does Tatsu in your face, you should be grabbing her. Scary, but you gotta be able to judge the distance. Ooh, missed the punish. Run up parry, holy frick. Nice. See, that was a good read. Aside from like talking about the weaknesses and whatnot, she does technically have some privileges in like her like toolkit. Again, the double jump, it depends on the matchup, but it does make her one of the hardest characters in the game to E-Sen. When it's like end game and you burst, do not E-Sen this character. I'm telling you right now, it is not worth it. I know you'll feel godlike if you land an E-Sen on her. Don't do it. It's pointless. So that is like a pretty considerable privilege for her in endgame. But yeah, outside of that, her movement makes her a very awkward character to like learn. If you're gonna play her, you need to like be ready to like play the game differently. And also force people to play the game differently. So yeah. I also consider her a border character, kind of, because I had her down here solely because of awkwardness, but I think overall her toolkit is technically somewhat well-rounded. Again, she's a Street Fighter character. She's playing Hadouken Shoryuken, dog. Poking, and outside of that, it's funny hippity-hoppity stuff. Outside of that, though, she doesn't have any of the more, like, important privileges in this game. Which is a perfect segue for Rimu. I really hope we're moving on from everyone falling for the Inazuma propaganda. Rimururu is a really good character. Like, yes, people try to tell you that a lot of what she's doing is knowledge checks, blah, blah, blah. No, it's more so when you use things correctly, there's a lot of layers and mental stack to what she's doing. Not only is she very pesky, very annoying, really fast frame data, so it can make it hard to punish things sometimes, but also, her set play is really good. Another character you probably should never be rolling in against. Yeah, and I think she's a character that still probably suffers from lack of like matchup knowledge. Well, I mean, people suffer from lack of matchup knowledge. It also doesn't help. Shout outs to the homie Hella Plus. We never get to play with him ever. So I think a lot of people just don't have experience against this character. Playing against Inazuma in Discord and playing against Hella Plus are two very different things. So hopefully in time, though, people will learn how to fight this character. But she's another character that very much tests your knowledge and your patience. But the issue is, though, one of her privileges, she has some of the best frame data in the game. Like I said, not only can she be very safe, but also very fast advancing punishes. Up close or just with some slight distance in front of her. In fact, there are some things in the game, like some recoils, that you can't even deflect. She can just punish you, like straight up. You can't even deflect her. Oh, it's fast enough to catch the startup? Nice. And not only is her frame data really good, she, for some reason, has some of the best anti-airs. Her anti-airs are really good. In fact, sorry, I was trying to remember off the top of my head, but let me check my notes. The real things that she really loses to, is either, like, really good, like, faster zoning to, like, stop her before she even gets out the Don Decay, and like try to catch her approaches too. Or like anti-zoning, like reflects. If you can reflect the Don Decay back at her, that's actually even better than canceling it out, because then she has to like deal with that. Oh, gotcha. Outside of that, I would think she could struggle against better mid-range presence, but he can also just throw the Don Decay to get in, or just chill. Depending on matchup, dealing with her platform stuff is like varying degrees of hard. Yeah, Hella Plus is the Rimu. Like, I know we, like, Inazuma's like the lab monster, but Inazuma's like the tournament Rimu. He is like shown how far the character can go. Like, knowledge checks or not. He's just really freaking good with it. Yeah, so either matchup-wise, I would think either you're trying to just not let her get anything started, or you can be even more lame than her. And, like, either cancel out the Don't Decay and she has to try and, like, pin you down, or send it back at her. But either way, she is very good. I think I'll keep her here because she's not, like, super well-rounded, but what she does is really good. Yeah, she has a very reliable vortex. That's why I forgot if I consider her a passive aggressor or not, because I think she technically ultimately wants to get in eventually. But her toolkit's centered more around, like, forcing her way in. Because if you don't have something to deal with the ground don't decay, then you just have to respect it. Or you're forced to retreat, and then she just gets in. Her slide, 6-6D, like where she does the backflip, not really safe. It depends, because if they cancel into the ice platform, if you're fast enough, you can just hit her off of it. If she doesn't cancel, you just have to know your default punish to do that's fast enough in that moment. But outside of that, yeah, she's pretty non-committal. Dashing medium, really fast A pokes. Really good kicks, actually. Cancelable kicks. Yeah. But I'm gonna keep her here. Yeah, actually, that's kind of a privilege that I didn't, like, touch on, but there are some characters with really long overheads, and that kind of adds, like, a star in their offense. Warden, Jubei, Charlotte, Mina, Baiken, good lord, Gongsun. Really good. Yoshi's is good for a different reason. Yoshi's is unusually active, so he gets, like, it's safer, and he can get more plus frames on hit and combo off of it. Yeah. Like, Yoshi, Wu, Hibiki, these are Shiki, Genjiro, these are overheads that are good for different reasons. Whether they're just fast, or they have other things about them that make them even better. Oh, I was talking about universal overheads. Yeah. Galford's universal overhead? Oh yeah, the kick. Doesn't have that good a range. I'll check the hitbox. And also, we're, like, more than halfway through the list, so hopefully y'all aren't too annoyed of this song by now. I'm gonna go to the evening version, because we are, like, semi-winding down here. Yeah, his is a pretty good one. I don't know if it's, like, as crazy range, but it's pretty good. Sunset, that's what it is. There it is. Yeah, sorry to wait so long to give y'all a slightly different song, but there we go. Yeah. Speaking of overheads, Mina has always been considered pretty good in my book. She's a zoner that doesn't really have zoner problems. Her jump C was a meme when she came out. Although in hindsight, it's not really like crazy disjointed. It's just like big and fast, but it's actually like level with her feet. It doesn't really go that farther down, but it's in the brand of jump C's that you can't low profile anti-air because it's level with her horizontally. Well, in fact, speaking of low profiles, that's a part of her strength in her offense. She's really good at low profiling stuff, dude. Has an unusually safe kick that knocks down or knocks her too far away to punish. Her kicks are unusually good. But also, just like Rimu, has a 6-6B that can be safe. Make it hard for you to know how to take your turn. She just has really good buttons in general, despite being a zoner, technically. And that's kind of what makes her a bit weird. In fact, I think Scrub has said that she's not really a zoner. I think she is. I don't know if I'd consider her a hybrid, though. She might be a hybrid, maybe. Because either she's zoning you from full screen, she's using arrows on Oki for mid-screen, or she's boxing. She's throwing hands. So maybe she is a hybrid, I don't know. Balanced zoner is debatable, because a zoner shouldn't be able to box like she does. So that's why she might really be considered a hybrid character, like Amakusa and Basara. When she's full screen, she is zoning, and it was brought up at SWC by Ghost. I forgot if Sarl said too or not, that like her zoning's not that great because of the startup. But a fast Mina can zone pretty well and can keep up with any zoner that's basically not Kaz or Gongsun. You just have to be really fast. And there's like various layers around her zoning as well. Because of the different levels, one, you're like naturally dissuaded from instant blocking her. She's probably one of the only zoners that you don't want to be instant blocking. And, well, I forgot where I was going with that. But to add on to that, that also adds to her chip damage. Especially in Rage. Like, when she's in Rage, I mean, I know you guys have seen how I deal with it. I just... It's kind of an assumption, but I sit and wait for them to get close to max charge, and I just jump. Because at that point, the anti-air arrow shouldn't hit you. But even that has risk. Basically, the point is, like, there's layers around her zoning to where it's pretty potent. And when you choose to get in, you do the anti-air arrow that like comes down. Technically makes her plus, I think, depending on the timing. And she'll pull up and box. And yeah, she has a jumping cross-up too. Surprisingly rare in this game. Mina's weird. So, by that virtue alone, she definitely belongs up here. Frame data is really good. Actually, one of the characters with like really good advancing punish privilege. Her dashing light is pretty darn good. Just to be really precise with your cancels. I don't think I'm gonna move her up any higher though. I don't know if she's technically as like flexible as the other characters. In terms of overall toolkit, there's a couple of things she's missing. And I think, in fact, the main thing, well, I guess you could debate that the main thing she loses to are just, like, really strong offensive characters. Anyone that has, like, the speed and, like, good Oki to run when they get in and get the knockdown, she could struggle a little bit. But even then, like, her frame data up close isn't terrible. She just doesn't have a reversal. Outside of that, what does Mina really lose to? Honestly. Yeah, we're on Mina. Honestly, I don't think Mina really loses to anything aside from just really good aggression. Mina has decent zoning. She can box for some reason. I think Mina only really struggles if, like, she's caught in a vortex against really good, like, pressure and Oki. And even then, it's not like she's helpless. So, like, actually, maybe she should go up? I don't know. Oh my god. I might leave her here just because toolkit-wise, she's not, like, super duper well-rounded. But she's really good. I hope people know, by the way, like, the Mina is E tier, copy pasta was a meme, F tier, I forget. Does anyone have the copy pasta? Tao, you usually have the copy pastas on lock. Does anyone have the Mina copy pasta? Yeah, and even struggling when knocked down is debatable. I think it probably just depends on the matchup, but she's just really good. It's cool to see she's one of the characters that some of the Japanese players play. Not even just Nice Ball, but Okun as well. So I don't think anyone really has any dispute for this character, right? Alright, but here, another character, not as like hopping and popping right now as Genjiro, but Jubei, another character that's had some discourse lately. Sorrow's just sitting in chat, ready. So here's the thing. Jubei is also an incredibly simple character. I should have saved a clip from when me and Ghost were doing commentary. I need to say that as like an audio clip. Pokeman, yeah, that's me. That's Jubei. Jubei is just pokes, dog. He's not doing anything else crazy at all. The main reason he's up here, though, is pokes is all he needs. His pokes are so good that it makes him insanely good at, like, controlling the mid-range on the ground. There's a Jubei main called Sonic? Really? Or Mina. But it makes him really good on the ground, makes him really insanely good at air-to-air. And he has one of the most straightforward, like, hit confirms or combos in the game. Hit confirming, I think it kind of depends, but he is one of the most straightforward combos in the game. You just need to be mindful of your range. In fact, I think some of the times that it drops, it's like trying to do max range into, like, the wrong version DP. But either way, it's the most straightforward combo in the freaking game, dude. So he has a lot of consistency with, like, getting his damage. All while just poking you, man. He has a fireball, but like we established earlier, it's mainly for anti-zoning or, like, catching people in the startup of their, like, movement or whatever they're doing. His fireball is really just for, like, 3/4 of the screen or further. And he's got a counter. And this goes back to what we said about the differences between Charlotte and Jubei. Charlotte is Hadouken, Shoryuken, with a bunch of pokes. Jubei, he's just poking, but he's got a counter for making you feel stupid for pushing a button. Gosh, his counters do so much damage. But yeah, like, he's mad simple, so I really can't move him up any higher. Sorrow, in fact, hopefully I'm remembering right. Sorrow wants to feel vindicated and have us admit, like, how he never should have been downplayed. Because apparently Sorrow and Cypher think he should be higher. And actually, did you guys say that Maki said he should be higher too? I do not think Jubei is like some potential top tier character. He is another character that is just simple but effective. He's just poking you. And from there, it's a question of how much better can you outplay them, or how much more privilege does your character have in the mid-range? I did. Okay, in this case, in fact, I'll give you a little clip for you. Sorrow was right. Sorrow and Cypher were right. Jubei should have never been downplayed. He is a great character, always has been. There's your clip. But I don't think he's like super high tier. I'm leaving him here because I don't think he's like well-rounded, kind of. And that's like a really awkward kind of, because again, his pokes let him be a wall that can just chill. But like when push comes to shove and you need like a little bit of shenanigans to open people up, he's got some kicks. He is a really good advancing low, but also is a really risky recoil. Like, he's not doing anything else crazy. Low-key, this character does require finesse, but I think he has a way more leeway than Charlotte. Or at least the risk-reward overall seems overall better with Jubei. Higher than Genjiro? Higher than these other characters? How high would y'all put Jubei? I ain't putting him up here, dog. He doesn't have that kind of privilege. And we'll be getting to their privilege soon. In fact, someone ping Dustin, because actually, did Dustin even hear? Was he even here for all the Genjiro talk? Hopefully he'll be here for Yashamaru and Shizu. But yeah, Jubei needs to stay here. He's not privileged. He's just strong. Get it? Because that's the name of the tier. He's just a strong character. Yeah, like this is the category of characters where it's hard to say what he really loses to, because he shouldn't really lose to anything aside from characters that do what he does better. He really only loses to characters that have a better mid-range than he does. Or characters that can punish him hard for him going for his mid-range. Like characters with good pokes or advancing pokes. Like the top tiers. Like Ruru's maybe. I feel like Nako should be good against Jubei. But it may be even. It may just come down to footsies, honestly. A Gate, so like towards the end of Strong? I don't know about all that. I don't think he's as potent or scary as like the characters above him. Maybe I'll put him above Hanzo? Maybe I'll put him above Sogetsu? Maybe here. Jubei here might be okay. I kind of feel okay with this. We'll revisit it after we talk about these two, but yeah. Do you feel vindicated enough, Sorrow? He's top 11 in the game. Yeah, no, sorry, bro. Hanzo downplay doesn't work around here. Do I need to get the circus music? Do I need to put on some songs for tomfoolery? Because Hanzo downplayed. Where's the Black Panther meme? We don't do that here. We're not downplaying Hanzo. The era of downplaying Hanzo is freaking over, dog. Oh my God, Sorrow. Listen. I talked about the tiers and their definitions. What privilege does Jubei have that you think makes him a potential top tier? He doesn't have privilege. He just is strong at what he does. I'm stating facts for y'all, but tell me, like, give me specifics. What privilege does Jubei have that puts him above these other characters? Yeah, Brad, and it's not just like, oh, people don't know the matchup. No, I've been trying to tell y'all, Hanzo is a problem when played correctly. It's not knowledge checks. It's using his tools correctly to create literal checkmates. Well, depends on the match, but literal guessing, I'll say. I don't know the matchup, brother. I'm updating the Hanzo wiki. Okay, now y'all are pushing into agenda. Now you're trying to get me heated. Do you know how plus Hanzo can be off of his Slinky? Which, by the way, just like Gendro, all you gotta do is use it at the proper range, which is very easy to do when you get a knockdown. And what do plus frames do? Force instant block stance break layers. And what does that mean? You're either OSing or you're blocking and trying to react to stuff. And oh, this character has high, low, left, right. Yes, Scrub has done that, in fact. Which by the way, that's a good way to, like, waste Rage Fireball. That is something that's good to do. Also depends on your character, though. So it is something to keep in mind. But that's specifically talking about Rage Fireball. And, well, I mean, you can do that with Fireball in general. If you really want to spend 60 SamSho seconds just sitting there and getting clipped by Slinky and lose like a third of your life, then okay, fine. But that doesn't change the fact that Hanzo forces so much decisions, if not guessing. Okay, well, if you're getting SSM punished, one, I think that's character dependent, and two, that's a you problem. Because what other Hanzos like Cypher, for example, are very good at using the cross-up in very ambiguous situations or literally unblockable situations. Hanzo 66C is... hold up. Brother, it is minus 26 at worst. No, that's not SSM punishable by every character in the game. What is wrong with you? Actually, I don't think there are that many characters that have a less than 30 frame SSM. What are we talking about? Am I getting baited? Wait, what is happening here? Dude, Wu's SSM is 34 frames. 66C is minus 27 at worst. Unless this is wrong. We need to double check again. Am I, yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. Am I getting rage baited? Also, sorry, I need to double check my own freaking knowledge. Yeah, Wu's SSM is 34 frames. Okay, shutting down most offense with a single button is a little bit disingenuous. His pokes are good, but one, they carry risk because they're all mids and can get deflected, and two, like, he's not just poking everyone out of everything they do. I think it's a bit more complicated than that. Yes, MM, my bad. He's testing it, so maybe we've been wrong all along, but if that was a rage bait, I'm sorry. Yeah, Jubei's jumping buttons are really good, actually. For jump-ins, they're not great. But for, like, fadeaway and, like, just standing your ground with neutral jumps, Jubei's jump buttons are really good. I don't know if that's a considerable privilege to make him a potential top tier. It's not like he's safe. I don't know. I think that's gassing it a little bit. That just makes him really good. And okay, the teleports, we talked about this at Evo. it's not just punishing the teleports. Part of, in fact, actually, we come full circle. We can talk about Hanzo's archetype now. Hanzo is a passive aggressor. What Hanzos are supposed to be doing with Watanabe, which Watanabe showed, is you're supposed to be very active and create a lot of visual noise. Because when you're active and you create a lot of visual noise, that creates hesitation. Well, two things. Either insane commitment that he can punish, or hesitation that lets him run his mix. High-low, left-right, cross-up, whatever. You can show me your Jubei, but, like, he's still, like, not really privileged. He's simple but effective. And I don't know if that effectiveness warrants putting him in a tier of, like, actual privileges. Well, again, we're gonna get to it, but the reason these potential top tiers are here, they each have varying degrees of, like, unique privilege, be it system or just in general. Brother, yeah, go check the wiki, do some tests. Trust me, I'm not saying stuff for no reason. Part of what Hanzos need to do is you need to be active and use all of your tools and be really good with your positioning. Part of what makes teleports so hard to deal with is the ambiguity. When you see a teleport, by the time you see this teleport startup, he's gonna disappear. And then he's gonna reappear with like a little bit of recovery, but varying different things that you may or may not be able to retaliate against depending on your positioning. Yeah, it's very fun to watch because no other Hanzo is active like that, like they're supposed to be. Teleport is quote-unquote reactable, but there's various options that, again, goes back to what I said. It's mental stack, it's visual noise. Some characters like Wu don't have to deal with that mental stack because she has one option that covers almost everything. But what's a Hanzo supposed to do then? You get into the mid-range where you can bait those options. That's the point of the fake-out teleport. You get into the mid-range where you can bait people doing what they want to do and you run up and grab them. Hanzo is all about like being hit and run, being really annoying, stacking all of these layers, and then when people are sitting there like dumbfounded, what the frick do I do? You run up and grab them. And that's where Hanzo is the closest thing to a grappler, because he gets the most reward from playing like a grappler. Because that's also enforced by him having these crazy plus frames with his slinky. Which, by the way, I don't know if we even talked about that enough. If you don't have a way to deal with the slinky, he's actually kind of messed up. Because you have to deal with it in some way. You have to cancel it out, or you have to do really well spaced and well-timed jumps to approach him, but also not get caught by him. Or by the slinky. See, with all this, the rage baiting and the freaking Jubei, I forgot if we were talking about Hanzo or Jubei before. I'm sorry. In fact, hopefully the YouTube timestamps aren't messed up now. But yeah, Hanzo is really good at just not engaging, and then once like you don't know what to do, then he engages, and you have to deal with some really messed up stuff. Again, when you're timing and spacing like your slinkies properly, you can have literal unblockables. Or, worst case, hard to blockables that you are just guessing. Don't even act like you're gonna defend a Hanzo every time. Against a good Hanzo, you are getting hit. I guarantee you. And if you block something, either didn't make it ambiguous enough, or you're just that nice. Good job. Slinky is messed up. Rage Slinky, when someone is stuck blocking Rage Slinky, you can time the 6-6C cross-up to where you have to do like a frame-perfect switching of your block to not get hit. by the overhead or by the fire. In fact, Scrub, I hope you're still... I know he's been hit by it plenty, by Cypher. It's messed up. That's why I'm saying Hanzo in Rage, like we were talking about how in Rage, oh, he's so scary. Hanzo in Rage is literally the silliest character in the game. I'm not exaggerating when I say in my brain, like pick whatever like carnival circus song you can think of. Literally that's what plays in my brain. And it's like I've conditioned myself. Some weird, my brain's weird now that's what I hear when Hanzo is in Rage. It's just, it's tomfoolery. Shenanigans. Yeah, it's messed up. So, stop downplaying this character. Yeah, that is true. He has some of the slowest rage gain in the game. Which, from there, just comes down to, like, what you're instant blocking, how you're playing, yada yada. So, Rage Hanzo happens. It's just a question of when. Yeah, my bad. Did we even finish talking about Jubei? No, yeah, I'm not even directing it at you necessarily. In fact, sorry if I got a little heated. I'm just talking about in general. This character should have never been downplayed. Yes, there was some knowledge checks in the past a little bit, but just like Genjiro, just like some other characters that we've learned about over time, the potency is there. And like, well, it's funny you say that because even Cypher shows how a decent baseline Hanzo is gonna cook you. Galford on paper should be more well-rounded than Hanzo, but I think the potency of Hanzo's offense warrants me putting him higher. I think he's more of a threat when played correctly. Because while Galford is a bit more well-rounded, Hanzo also has the freedom to just not engage with you. Yeah, he can. And then you pull up, and either you box or you're gonna straight up punish his whiff recovery. This is where positioning is a big part of how Hanzo needs to be played. Jubei also, actually, to bring it back. In fact, sorry, I'm backtracking through chat a little bit. But, Sorrow, please show me your Jubei sometime, because I think he's really strong. I just don't think he's privileged. I just think he's really, really good at what he does. And so, yeah, order-wise, I think I'm gonna actually... I wonder if Genjiro goes over Hanzo. Genjiro might go over Hanzo, maybe. But... for now, I'm gonna leave it like this. Genjiro does have a reversal. A non-safe mediable reversal, by the way, if anyone cares about that. Dang, wait, does Genjiro go higher? Frick. Let me know what y'all think, if Genjiro should be higher. But for now, let's talk about Soggy Boy. I think people have realized how strong this character is, and apparently, I forgot if it was Japan or another region that was already considering him stronger before. Oh, yeah. Well, sorry, to backtrack. Hanzo's recoil game isn't great. If you're recoiling, you should be spacing your stuff really far. And really, you're only command grabbing to catch a grounded retaliation. But he also has really good kicks, so you should be, like, Well, like, yeah, good crouching kicks. So up close, you shouldn't even always be trying to recoil. Just poke with some kicks. But yeah, sorry, Sogetsu. Like I said, I consider him and Rui a duo. They're both like control zoners with set play. If you play her, you could be playing Sogetsu and be a little more scary. Because overall, Sogetsu, his space control is pretty darn good. And the pillars mainly just require precision. Just to make sure you use the right version for the right, like, positioning. His pokes are okay. He's also like, Kazuki, actually, where he has non-weapon lights. So his frame data up close is actually really good. In fact, let me double check. Pretty sure. Yeah, he was playing a lot of Sogetsu. Yep, he's like Kazuki. Weaponless lights. Yeah, and like, the moment he was starting to get buffed, he was like, it was already like a wrap. There was no way his character would be considered bad. Again, I think some things are lost to time. People have said that he was unplayable when he came out. I don't think he was dysfunctional. Shiki at launch was dysfunctional. But apparently, according to some people, Sogetsu was dysfunctional when he came out. I think people were downplaying his Oki because like there were answers to it and it wasn't just like brain dead. But either way now, like, his set play is really good. Plenty of layers around it, and then you have teleport shenanigans on top of it. He's just really good, dude. And now he has a reliable anti-air, because light DP has a anti-air invul. He's just a good, strong character, dude. Like, not as messed up offense as, like, some of these other characters, but I think, he's a bit more screen presence and flexibility. Yeah, so I think that's why I've had him higher. I think his matchup spread on paper should be a little bit better because, actually, what did I even put? Like, what does Sogetsu lose to? Which, sorry, I forgot if we touched upon that or not. Jubei really only just loses to characters that, like, outdo his mid-range. Hanzo really mainly just loses to characters that can, like, bully him before he can set up anything. So, like, really strong, like, offense. Or just, like, good mid-range, farther screen presence to, like, deal with the slinky. Or just hit him from mid-screen or further before he can even do slinky. Yeah, like, again, like, the stuff Sogetsu does, it's like Wu, but better, technically. Well, not damage-wise, but again, more flexibility with what he does. Sogetsu, what does he even lose to? Yeah, I guess it's similar. He mainly just loses to, like, fast zoning that, like, prevents him from setting up. Or fast advancing punishes to, like, stop him from abusing, like, dashing heavy or, like, his spaced out, like, sliding kicks. Yeah. I would agree. So yeah, I don't know if Sogetsu really gets counterpicked all that hard. because he can chill. He can try and inch his way in. He also has high-low, too. Oh, really? So I guess the fast jumps should, on paper, give him some trouble. It's kind of like Rimu's DP, though, where it's kind of an unusually good trade in scrambles sometimes. It's just a fast thing to do that, like, nets you a knockdown. But I guess, yeah, the characters that are good at jumping at him. Jumping in at people in general. So, question, would you guys move Sogetsu any higher or lower? Oh, frick. Ads are coming. Yeah, well, he mainly gets a knockdown from stray hits. And what are Sogetsu's doing? Doing a lot of 6-6-C, seeing if you can punish it. Clipping you low with 2C. Doing pillars in different positions, trying to catch you, like, trying to approach. Like, Sogetsu gets his knockdowns kind of surprisingly easily, actually. I think that's what Sogetsu's do. They just get a bunch of stray hits, like, all the time. So he has a pretty natural vortex, actually. Ads are coming, but I'll just spend this time trying to reflect on Jubei real quick before we go to the next characters. Yeah, like, I think Sogetsu always gets a knockdown in some way. Like, it just happens. In fact, if I had to, like, rank characters like vortexes, I think Sogetsu, Rimu, Amakusa. Yeah, I think they all have pretty reliable vortexes. I mean, Kaz would be above all that if you consider his Oki, like, set play. I guess it is technically set play, because the Kaz can always just choose to blow level 2 Fireball for plus frames. It's kind of silly. Yeah, no worries. We'll be back. In fact, actually, sorry, I'm going to take this opportunity to eat some more. My bad. Give me a sec. Oh, frick. I'm gonna mute, but take this opportunity. Oh, sorry. Oh, jeez. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna mute. Give me a sec. Whew, alright. Yeah, even now Hanzo like has people that play the character, but like high level Hanzo is what we didn't really see. High level Basara is what we didn't really see. And if I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I think even my best placings, or well, actually I think my best showcase of Wu was probably this, well, I can't tell if it was this year or last year's Evo. But yeah, I would hope at this point there's been like adequate showcase of like what characters really should look like at the highest level. But I'm glad y'all like the tier list so far. Well, at least some of you. Hopefully, whoever's watching, you've come from either the tweet or the Discord. Again, put whatever questions you have in the YouTube comments. I'd much rather answer them here than spam with like 20 Twitter replies. Or like put giant essays in like the general channel in Discord. Excuse me. Yeah, well actually that's the funny thing about the championship. There was way more Kazuki, brother, than Baiken. In fact, actually I was surprised Watanabe played mostly Baiken. And every time Cypher played Baiken, didn't he end up going back to Warden? So Baiken may not be the 20XX character after all, and I will get to that once we get to the top tiers. In fact, let's hurry up and finish out the strong tier. No, I'm getting to it. Just hold on, bro. Just hold on. But Shiki, I call her the Cammy of the game because she's the closest this game has to like the token rushdown canned mix character. And now, thanks to what EY has taught me, it's more easy baked than I thought it was. This character has pretty straightforward like high-low, left-right, strike throw, while also being a very fast lady on the ground, so it sounds Cammy-ish. Right? Well, Cypher's a bad example, I guess, but again, we'll go into detail. But Shiki, somewhat well-rounded, kind of? Well, actually, I shouldn't say well-rounded. She's just a very strong rushdown character. Really good pokes. One of the fastest dash speeds in the game, if not... Is she tied with Kaz? I forget. Again, like, canned mix. Yeah. She's just good, dude. I don't know what to tell you. And also has a reversal. Kind of like Jubei, the only thing she really loses to is just characters that can outpoke her. So stronger mid-range presence. Yeah, I mean, her SSM is a privilege, but it ain't put her in potential top tier privilege. It just, that's one of her main answers against, like, good zoners. Well, some zoners. Because some zoning is fast enough in this game to where you're really just SSMing them off of a read. You're probably not doing it off a reaction. But yeah, it is still an option. Outside of that, she's just really strong offensively. Her only real weakness is her jump-ins. Which there are some setups you can manufacture to get like a really ambiguous cross-up. But outside of that, yeah, sure, she should not be jumping at you. Her jumps are not good. She's another character that has like a level, like horizontally level jump C. So her and Jubei, well, Jubei kind of. Depends on the range Jubei's at. But she's in the category of characters that basically every jump in she's doing is a Jeep jump in. So she's easier to anti-air if you have like an anti-air option. Again, unless it's those specific ambiguous situations that are mainly coming from Oki. Outside of that, you should be anti-airing this character, 100%. I consider her really high because she's just really good rushdown, while having a bit more flexibility to play like either lame and be a wall or just rush people down and see if they deal with it. All while having a reversal. Again, she's the Cammy in this game. Closest thing to the Cammy of this game. So I think that's why I have her so high. You want to talk about agenda? Chat, don't listen to him. Sorrow is the progenitor of the Shiki is trash agenda, which I would think by now he would have thrown that agenda in the dumpster after playing Iwayo. But Shiki was only trash on release. And she's one of the characters that's surprisingly uncommon, because she got buffed. She became pretty good, but everyone else was just already playing other characters. She's a pretty uncommon good character. And this is what I mean, Sorrow. I can't really put Jubei over Shiki. Shiki's got way more sauce to work with than Jubei. What, 2C or 3D? Because 2C is a really good sweep. It's just really risky. It's really risky because it's a pretty bad. It puts you in a pretty bad recoil situation. Unless you do it at like max spacing. But yeah, it is a really good sweep. Like her high-low is good. Like it's easy bake mix. That's the character. And she has like some of the privileges that I consider fairly important. She has pretty good frame data. Has a reversal. Has a reliable anti-air. Yeah, Iwayo was at the championship. He went 1 and 2, I think, right? Or did he go 2 and 2? Iwayo's cool. He went 1 and 2? Yeah, nice. He's part of why I want to focus heavily. Like, I'm still going to play all the waifus that I play, but tourney-wise, I'm going to be heavily focusing on playing Shiki, Iroha, and Nako. Because I want to apply the things that he taught me and see matchup spread wise when you wouldn't want to play Shiki. Which honestly I still think is not that much. I think it's really just characters that outdo her in the mid-range. Like the top tiers. Are we noticing a pattern here? Well, Shizu doesn't outdo her in the mid-range, but he has options to navigate that mid-range. But finally finishing off the strong tier, Ukyo. I consider him the border. In fact, maybe you consider all three of these like the gatekeepers of strong. I don't think they have the privilege to make them considerable top tiers, but they are just really freaking good characters. Ukyo, Ghost, if it wasn't apparent already, Ghost has shown what happens when you play this character like with proper knowledge and spacing. And not even to discredit other Ukyos. In fact, side note, dude, In fact, actually, I need to call out Ghost real quick. Dude, this character is so freaking popular. There are so many Ukyos. Despite him being one of the harder characters in the game, Ukyo is mad popular, dude. There's so many Ukyos. Which, shout out to all the various Ukyos that play, especially Disorder Unit. Dude, you've gotten a little too good too fast at this game. You and Daigo. But I single out Ghost specifically, not only because he's the sensei, the professor, but also Ghost has like optimized positioning and layers with this character. That probably is true, man. I mean, he's just one execution check. I mean, it is a fairly hard execution check depending on your controller. But he does technically have one of the most stable game plans in the game. It's freaking dice rolls, dog. High, low, left. He's just, let's go knock you down and mix you. Like, the problem is you just need to make sure your TKs are on point. But on top of that, it's the positioning that is very important. Again, Ghost has optimized Ukyo positioning. When an Ukyo knocks you down and stands at the proper distance, you really are just gambling. You can't retaliate reliably. And some matchups, you just straight up don't have a choice. You just need to guess and hold it. Like the positioning that Ukyo can have to where you can't really mash, you can't really fuzzy jump. You need to try and like be ready to try to react to a run-up throw. He can still stagger you with lows. Oh, we'll get the meatloaf and come back, bro. Ukyo is messed up. Yes, there is risk to the mix, but this is SamSho. If you're not playing a top tier, all of your mix has risk. Actually, not even the top tiers. It really is just if you're not playing Baiken, all of your mix has risk. So that shouldn't be your reasoning for downplaying Ukyo. In fact, that's another thing I hope we've moved past. Everyone's still hung up on the 6-6D knockdown nerf. Grow up. He has other ways to knock down. And when you space 6-6D correctly, the point is, well, being slightly plus on hit, slightly minus on block, and you create ambiguity for how people should take their turn, especially when you have another one of the best lows in the freaking game. Yeah, but 3D more specifically, brother, this character, oh my god, sorry, now I'm getting heated. We were talking about earthquakes, dashing kick, down forward kick on Ukyo is an insane button. A low that knocks down, very safe. Most characters in the game can't even punish it. Some characters can, but it's a really tight window. And you can't even low crush it because of how high up it goes. Even the queen of low crushing, Iroha, can't go over it. Ukyo, that's part of what makes his high-low so messed up. And again, anyone that tries to say, oh, just block high, take the lows, also grow up. That's what he wants you to do. He wants you to take 20 lows, corner yourself, and then you just gave him his win condition. People need to stop saying that, please. Respectfully, please stop saying that. It's like the whole take the throw discourse. You're being dismissive and not really informative at all. Bad things can still happen when you sit there and take 20 lows against Ukyo. So, main point, Ukyo makes you gamble. When an Ukyo is playing correctly, you are dice rolling. And either you choose correctly or you don't. That is why Ukyo Rui is like one of the most like 6-4 matchups of all time in this game. Because Wu can keep Ukyo out, like, for most of the match. But as soon as he gets in, you're gambling for your life. It's really funny. And that's why I have him at the top of Strong, because his game plan is kind of like... Oh, frick! Yo, howdy! We are mostly through the tier list. Holy frick, I've been live for 5 hours almost. We are finishing up the Strong tier, but everyone coming in, let me know what y'all think. Sorry, but yeah. Aside from mostly us except Charlotte, what, moving her up or down? We've established that Charlotte is like one of the prime definitions of like being an honest character. She's good, but she's not really strong. She doesn't really have anything about her that like commands immediate respect. She is all finesse. Yes, she is definitively one of the most honest characters in this game. Depending on matchup, you can jump at people till they deal with it, but that's not gonna carry you. Especially the moment you face someone with an even remotely reliable anti-air, which we've established is not common, but some characters have anti-airs to deal with this character. And then aside from that, she doesn't have anything like saucy or degenerate to like rely on. Compared to Ukyo, who's making you dice roll at every turn. And part of why I'm so high is because matchup wise, I know like it's been brought up that like Galford is supposedly not a good matchup, and I don't know what other bad matchups he has, but technically he should have the means to navigate even disadvantageous matchups. Tsubame Gaishi does your taxes, dog. Actually, has that been a topic yet? Like, moves in fighting game history that have so much versatility? Tsubame does so much stuff. 6-frame overhead. Low crush overhead, by the way. You do it in scrambles. If you're feeling spicy, you can do it as a punish. You do it in your mix. You do it to reflect projectiles. You can do backdash Tsubame and watch as like your opponent like falls into tears trying to figure out how the frick do I punish this. Tsubame Gaishi can save your marriage. This is a very good move, man. Yeah, because again, it's a retreating low crush. Backdash Tsubame, I think, is way more belligerent than people give it credit for. But yeah, I think he's one of the gatekeepers of like at the top of Strong. But I don't think it's enough privilege to make him a potential top tier. I am gonna have to go relatively soon, so unfortunately I think I'm gonna have to save the match analysis for another day. Maybe tomorrow, actually. I don't know. What's something happening tomorrow? I can't remember. But yeah, finally finished the Strong tier. I like this order. I might want to put Gendro over Hanzo. I might want to put Gendro over Sogetsu too, but I don't know. For now, we gotta move on. Now, this is my A+ tier. Like I said, these are the potential top tiers. The characters that you could debate not only are strong characters, but they have privileges about them that you could debate could be reason for them to go up into like the first class with the big boys. So Yashamaru. I feel like a lot of what people are scared of with Iroha is actually not only what's on Yashamaru, this is what you should be scared of, but on top of that, he has literal pro tag privilege. Good grief. Scrub was talking about like the win condition of damage and playing around rage. Technically, Yashamaru is the best character in the game at playing around rage. Because everything he does gets buffed around rage, when he's in rage, and his rage gain to rage duration ratio is overall the best. I think it was he has slightly above average rage gain and slightly above average rage duration. Or one of them might be average length, I forget. But basically, he gains rage a bit better. Like, he gains rage and plays with rage better than other characters. And this is how you can tell when someone's like a newbie at the game or not, because they think, oh, you're never gonna land his weapon flip, so he must be trash. Some characters, you're not landing their weapon flip, unless it's like a super hard read. You're supposed to use that rage duration to just get raw damage, just hit people. And that's what Yashamaru does. His mix becomes better in rage. Literally all of his special moves get buffed in rage. And on top of that, like we said, he's a double jump character. But I think his double jump layers are scarier than Iroha's because of the dive and the spear toss. He can actually punish you with double jump baits better than Iroha can. And on top of that, yeah, actually, I forgot. Even the WTFT, the weapon flip itself gets buffed too. But on top of that, y'all know how I feel about proximity shenanigans in this game. This character has one of the best proximity moves in the game. His close heavy is ridiculous. The craziest anti-air, auto shimmy, jump call out, whatever. Like, it doesn't do your taxes like Tsubame, but it's just a good freaking button, man. The main Yashamaru in the championship was, what's his full tag? Yunfei? Just Yu. Why Yu? Pretty darn good Yashamaru. But the EU player it's Instinct, right? No, wait. I always get confused of whether Instinct or Light Ice is US or Europe, respectively. Is it Instinct or Light Ice? I'm sorry. I think it's Instinct. But yeah, that's his pro tag privilege. If you like are smart with like your jumping and your like positioning, and you're playing around like rage gain, he's pretty darn good. Yeah, even outside of rage, like there's some stuff, there's like layers you can like apply. All while having pretty decent pokes even on the ground. But yeah, that's why I consider him a potential top tier. I think I have this ordered, but we can debate order later if you want. Gongsun, another character with wild privilege. Oh wait, tech breakdown? Oh, wait. Yeah, this is that, clip y'all posted before. Yeah, because Rage, auto-corrects, but positioning can make things even more ambiguous. Like, there's layers to it. That's the point. Yashamaru just need to play good with their layers. Gongsun, though, when we're talking about passive aggressors, Gongsun is really good at just not engaging with you. Some of the fastest zoning in the game. And her whole game plan, like, just like Wan-Fu, she's built to be weaponless. You can hold onto your weapon for, like, long-range pokes and get a bit more damage, but most of what she's doing, she's setting her umbrella, zoning you, seeing if you're gonna chill and, like, try and, like, get meter or not. And then she's gonna pull up and high-low you. Or she's gonna teleport, check your reactions. Or if you try to approach her, she's gonna teleport anyway and get the frick out of there. Yeah, like, well, I mean, similar game plan to Hanzo, because again, they're both passive aggressors. She just goes about it a bit differently. But what adds another layer to her privilege is because she's designed to be weaponless, not only is she really non-committal with her buttons, there's the constant threat of weapon catch all the time. So you basically, like, can't do mids against this character. Or, well, you can, but they carry inherent risk. Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna need to go in a while, so hopefully can wrap this up within the next hour. We're in the potential top tiers now, which I would think people know. Well, actually, I can't say that, because Gongsun is also a character that became unusually unpopular. She got a little slap on the wrist nerf, and all of a sudden people stopped playing her. Well, yeah, I've been being thorough. But yeah, Gongsun is a similar game plan to Hanzo, to Nako, but all while being really non-committal, having pretty good zoning, and you might just lose your weapon randomly. You have to be super careful about how you retaliate against this character. I don't even know what her disadvantage actually is. What does she even lose to? Yeah, I even put a question mark in my notes. Like, maybe, like, strong pressure and fast mobility to, like, keep up with her. But even then, like, she can box up close and she can get away. Yeah, and, like, contesting her on reaction is not easy. So yeah, I think that privilege is pretty, like, established. Just no one plays her for some reason. She's probably another character I should be playing, but I've already got other characters I want to play. Like this nice little lady, Nakoruru. Apparently, considered triple S tier by most other regions. Look, she does have privilege. I just don't think it's, like, crazy in her own tier privilege, and you can debate it's not on par with the rest of these characters. So it just depends on what you value. Oh, howdy! Yo, Sorrow, he's here! Ishino you. Thank you for stopping in. Hopefully there's translation or something going so you can understand me. But yeah, we were talking about how great you are. I have moved Genjiro up. This is how I feel about Genjiro right now. But yeah, thank you for stopping in. In fact, hopefully I can figure out, like, closed captioning or translation or whatever. And hopefully I know I've been like doing a lot of yapping, but I hope it's been coherent enough for like closed caption or like people running it through a translator for it to be understood. If not, anyone can feel free to translate this stuff. That I would greatly appreciate it. But yes, Genjiro, very strong, just not top tier. Nakoruru. Oh, thank you. All right. Have a good day. Nakoruru does have privilege. She's one of the safest characters in the game, and like we talked about, Rimururu has some of the best frame data in the game. And can just punish you a lot of the times. Depending on spacing anyway. I think the main quote-unquote struggle she can maybe have is characters with really good mid-range that have really good pokes to keep her out. But she does technically have speed where she should be able to like maneuver around. In fact, sorry, that's something I didn't say about Shiki. Both these characters do technically have the ground speed to maneuver around like really good pokes. But it might be easier said than done. It might just depend. But aside from that, Nako, when played correctly, can be very safe. And like we've said throughout the night, that's one of the most important privileges in this game. Yeah. Not really sure what else to say about her. She's just a fast lady. So you could debate she could go up, but personally, I wouldn't say that she is as privileged as the rest of these characters. Yeah, Nako's really good. It kind of goes a little bit back to what I said, though, about the Iroha thing. Is I think part of what... Thank you. I think part of what people need to do against Nakoruru is be able to stand their ground. If they're playing a character with good mid-range presence, like good pokes and anti-airs, you need to be able to stand your ground and keep her out and then force her to try to get in. Because she can like hang back and throw the bird, but her zoning is really more so anti-zoning than actual zoning. Kind of like some other characters, she's throwing stuff out to try and catch you in your startup or your approaches. So I think her quote-unquote struggle should be other characters that force her to like approach. In fact, that's why I'm wondering if Kaz might actually be a not okay matchup for her. Yeah, she's stubby, but again, she has speed. That's one of the main things you should do when you're like outranged is either you are zoning or you're using your speed to outmaneuver people and you inch your way in. So that's where positioning can be pretty important also. I think the main matches where she might struggle are like Kaz or Hibiki, where their mid-range well, in Kaz's case, mid-range and zoning are just so strong to where it actually is hard for her to like dash and make her way in. Same with Baiken too, honestly, because Nako can only really punish Baiken if they have terrible spacing. So yeah, that's why she's here. And last but not least, in the potentials, Yoshi. Good lord, this character is ridiculous. I have tried to tell people for years that Yoshi is very well-rounded. The problem is people don't really utilize all of his tools in unison together, and people are kind of belligerent with the offense. This is why I said multiple times, the scariest Yoshi to me before playing Rants was Bubba when he decides to be patient. when Bubba decides to chill, just use his pokes, and then just make your way in intelligently when the opportunity arises, is terrifying. Because in general, you don't want Yoshi hitting you at all. His frame data is insane, so he actually has really good fast advancing punishes and just punishes in general. So he gets combos pretty consistently. He's got high-low throw. He has a reversal. His anti-air, like his DP in general is on the slower side, but it's a very big DP. He even goes behind him. So sometimes he can even catch double jumpers. And this is the actual jump till they deal with the character, because really dealing with Yoshi jumps is more about positioning than anti-air. Because all it takes is for you to mess up one anti-air, and things just fall apart. Because he also has high-low throw. In fact, I think his, well, I forgot if his low is safer than Ukyo's or not. No, I think it's slightly unsafe, less safe. But again, most characters can't punish his low. Yeah, I've been saying that he was the first character that made me start thinking of potential top tiers. Because this character has privilege. Very much so. Like we were memeing last year at EVO. Like 2024 EVO. When you're against Yoshi, there's no such thing as a lead. Cypher has him at B, that's wild. Yoshi played with like precision and patience is actually insane. Yeah, well, I need you guys to send me your list because I need to see them again, do a comparison. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I don't know. Well, actually, no. Before, Seven Swords was like a meme because it wasn't always going to happen. Even though all of his tools have their utility, and so you can sometimes get naturally get Seventh Sword anyway, like Bubba always did. But then they made it even easier to get Asagao. And again, like all of his moves in general, like are good and have their utility. Getting Seventh Sword is not that far-fetched. You mainly don't get it if you're just going for consistent damage. But yeah, like everything about this character, he is very good. And I think there's enough privilege there to where he could be considered a top tier if you wanted to debate it. His frame data is really good. His offense is insanely good. His neutral is not really that as bad as people have tried to make it out to be. His kicks are decent. I think the big problem has been that most people don't want to chill with Yoshi. That's been the problem with a lot of characters. Again, no offense, but a lot of characters, people just don't chill. And use their tools like with precision. Okay, I think I can tell which one's Cypher's. Oh, okay, his top tier is A tier, okay. So he has Yoshi at number 11. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. Like a smart person, sure, I guess. The point of S is saying that they're a cut above. That's why S is over A, because it's above the highest. That's the whole point of these top tiers, that the top tiers are a cut above. But now we're getting into tier semantics. But yeah, I hope by now people won't be downplaying Yoshi. In fact, I'm really glad we got to see Rance play as well. can call it glaze if you want, but a lot of the Japanese players, to me, showed what people need to be doing with these characters. You can combine it with a little bit of sauce that they may not be doing, like on the technical side, but in terms of decision-making and patience. Yoshi, Genjiro, Hanzo, Shiki. Like, this should put this should put the blueprint now for how these characters should be played from now on, I hope. And if you don't want to play that patiently, then alrighty, well, best of luck. But yeah, we're gonna wrap this up with the top tiers, and then I gotta go. If I have time tomorrow or another day, we can do match analysis and also more direct tier list comparison if y'all would want. We can make that a separate video. But yeah, last but not least, the top tiers. Like they said, this is the cream of the crop. This is privilege. Just next level privilege that sets these characters a clear cut above the rest. These are the characters that, like, this is Goo Goo Baby's activities, and not even like Super Creek. I want her to tell me everything's gonna be okay, but I'm talking like actual spoon-fed privilege from Mr. SNK himself. He's tucking you in at night. He's reading you a bedtime story. That's what these characters are doing. Hibiki. Everything that I've said about like privileged frame data applies to Hibiki twofold. Because not only does she have the speed of the Ruru's frame data, she has better range also. Majority of things in this game are punishable by Hibiki in some fashion, even if it's just a little pink slash. And then again, like some recoils. Like, this is a character that you really shouldn't be recoiling against ever, because you're just putting yourself into layers or risk that's probably not worth it. But yeah, in general, really good buttons, really good mid-range presence, with proper positioning, I should say. There is some precision to this, but toolkit-wise, it's Goo Goo Baby's activities. Because not only does she have really good frame data, but she hits unusually hard sometimes. It's one of the characters with like a bit more to her combos, and like does insane damage off of a deep jump in. Or not even deep if you just happen to whiff a crouching move. Yeah, unusually high damage sometimes. And that's another thing with the top tiers. Like, you could debate there might be some things that they might have disadvantage in. Like Hibiki, I think the only times she's at a disadvantage are like other characters with really good mid-range presence, which would really just be the top tiers that would outdo her in that regard. I would think it would also be characters with like good anti-airs too, but she can clip you low from a third of the screen, dude. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know what else she loses to, honestly. Saro or anyone else, you can let me know what her quote-unquote disadvantage is. But that's the thing about the top tiers, and even some of the characters in strong tier. Whatever disadvantages they have are like negligible, because they have the means or even the privilege to navigate disadvantageous situations. And on the same tier, yeah, because she has that level of privilege. Like I said, the top tiers all have their own brand of privilege, just in different directions to different degrees. And like I said, pretty good mid-range presence while also having some of the best frame data in the game and unusually high damage sometimes. So, you can imagine the Pentagon stat chart. That's the directions her stats would go in, like range, speed, damage, whatever. And again, controversial, but that's why I've said I think the top tiers in this game are unordered, because it depends on what you value. If you want to just be rewarded for just playing a really fundamentally sound mid-range and like catch people lacking on their anti-airs, play Hibiki. You're gonna just delete people. And aside from the fact that your weapon flip is basically a mini Isen, that's the other thing. Why does your weapon flip do so much freaking damage, dude? Wild. Fast Warden, I don't know if that's a direct comparison, because Hibiki's not jumping at you like that. She can jump at you, but she's not as privileged in that regard. But yeah, she's just... Actually, she feels the most like an Iido character. She's hitting you fast and she's hitting you hard. Wow, that's really on brand. Huh. But yeah. Now, Shizu. Hopefully Dustin is here or he watches this on YouTube eventually. Shizu. The thing about Shizu, as Okun has hopefully shown, and Diddy Mokov to a certain extent, shoutouts to him. Shizu is, like, at baseline, is, like, semi-well-rounded. He's got decent pokes. He's got a little bit of Hadouken, Shoryuken going on. Actually, I mean, yeah, I'll say decent because his range on his pokes is, like, okay. But the speed of his pokes is pretty good. But the main privileges Shizu has is in his mobility and damage. They kind of like they tie into each other. Because Dustin was wondering, what does Shizu even do? Shizu is insanely good at not engaging with you. And the longer you don't engage with him, the scarier the match gets. Because if anyone is holding that charge, every second you spend not being able to pin him down, and even if you pin him down, he has a reversal. Every second you spend is making him stronger. And any random 2C, any grab, any mid-range fireball, if you've charged it long enough, can just get blown the frick up by a mini SSM. Adding on to the SSM that's already a really good anti-zoning SSM. I'm almost done. I have to go, actually. But yeah. If anyone's for some reason wondering what Shizu does, like, watch Okun. Like, don't watch my match, because that was a terrible example of how to try to engage with him. I didn't do what I needed to do. Wu can actually be okay at, like, getting under him and, like, trying to enforce lightning. But Okun is really good at being really mobile and just not engaging with you. And on top of that, if Shizu's were to get as good as my homie Teddy at sliding your charge, because a big part of what people say about Shizu is, oh, you have to give up buttons and system mechanics because you have to hold a button. No, you can slide your charge. You gotta hold one button, press and hold another button, let go of the first button, and congrats, you just transferred your charge. It's very hard, but this is why I say, personally, Shizumaru is the actual 20XX character. This is like Fox in Smash Bros. This is the character that if everyone was playing perfectly, this is the character that would actually, like, rampage over top 8s. Because if you have the execution, every interaction you do is all of a sudden, like, life-threatening. If enough time has passed. And even if you're not, like, doing tap, like, he has decent conversions. Again, like I said, decent pokes. And he has a reversal. High-low mix, too. Oh my god. We're not doing that right now. It really is like Fox in Smash Bros. Melee. The theoretical, everyone's playing at like perfect optimal play, which, I mean, that's still a big exaggerative. Like, if my Senkou homie, who doesn't even practice this game that much, can grasp the basic concept of sliding his charge and know how to still use his other buttons and mechanics, if he can grasp that, anyone actually grinding this game should be able to do that. Eventually. I think Shizumaru is the actual 20XX character. But for now, he's going to be underplayed. Because, like I've talked about with some other people, he's also the try-hard top tier. Like, all these characters are Goo Goo Babies activities, but this is the, Goo Goo Babies with glasses. This is the top tier you can brag to your friends about. I guess. Yeah. But she's just dumb, honestly, when played correctly. But, second to last, Kazuki. The newest, popular kid on the block, as we suspected. Kazuki is arguably, like, when I was talking about the Pentagon stats, Kazuki is the character if you want as much stats in each direction as possible. Mostly. Yeah, I say newest because, I would think that SWC showed, like, how many people were, like, picking up this character. Oh yeah, I wrote a whole Google Doc on every person also. But yeah, Kazuki is just insanely well-rounded. They made managing his fireball charges trivial. It's like negative resource management. It's not hard at all. While having good pokes, great damage all the time, a reversal, some of the best anti-airs in the game alongside Rimu. Kazuki is just insane. Like we pointed out earlier, also, alongside his really good buttons, he has non-weapon lights. So, retaliating against him mashing up close really just depends on your character, or whether or not you're using, like, defensive OSs. So even trying to box with him up close is hard. He's just... You can play him however you want. Actual Build-A-Bear activities. So I would think everyone's seen by now, like, just how great the character is. So actually, I don't even think anything else needs to be elaborated on. The proof is in the pudding, as they say. So last but not least, Baiken, the triple S tier according to Sorrow. I half agree with Scrub at this point. I don't think Baiken's the definitive best character in the game because she has her privileges, but she's not the best in class at everything. Again, it depends on what stats you value. But that's not to undermine the privileges she does have. One of the safest characters in the game. Some of the most belligerent buttons in the game. Really just depends on specific matchups where there can actually be any consequences to her actions. Pretty good damage overall. One of the, like, only amazing standing anti-airs. I don't know why they gave her Baiken 6P in this game. They should just make anti-airs good across all characters. But yeah, what else? She also has the privilege of really fast advancing punishes. Like, her frame data isn't, like, amazing. She's safe. But her frame data offensively isn't, like, the best in class. She has good advancing punishes, but her mid-range is kind of, like, okay. in terms of speed. Oh, frick, ads are coming again. I'm gonna have to keep going, though, because I'm gonna have to go. But actually, we're kind of wrapping it up here, really. Because, in fact, before you guys get it with the ads on Twitch, y'all can just let me know if there's any other last-minute thoughts. Because Baiken's probably another character we really don't need to elaborate on. Like, she's privileged, the character. Just not the best in class at everything. Yo, howdy. Again, you can consider it controversial that I don't think she's top 1 definitively. Well, I mean, if you did a gun to your head and you told me to pick a top 1, I would probably say Baiken. But honestly, Kaz is more well-rounded. Oh, see, I would just die, I guess, because I can't even pick a definitive top 1. And yeah, again, I think Shizu is the actual 20XX character. So never mind, just kill me. I'm not picking a definitive top 1 right now. It really just depends on what you value and what your game plan is. The best Darli? It's really hard to say, because we don't see a lot in, like, high-level play. But Sortez is the only name that comes to mind off the top of my head. Cal hasn't played in a minute, has he? Who's Hirot? Who's that? Hirot. How do you say that? Oh, I need to watch them. Wait, how come they're not on the wiki? We should put them on the wiki. Or have they been put on the wiki? Have I not checked in a while? Yeah, I was gonna say, Cow doesn't even play anymore. Who's Hyro? Oh, I can't freaking read. He is on the wiki. Okay. Dang, that's tragic. Alrighty. But, I know I was gonna open up the floor to any, like, dispute or anything, but I do gotta go. So, hopefully, y'all can leave stuff in the YouTube comments. I will respond to stuff whenever I can. But I think I like this. Sorry, I'm looking over. Are y'all back from ads yet, by the way? I don't think I want to change this order any further. I think I kind of like this. I lie. I kind of want to put Genjiro over Hanzo. I don't know. I think Hanzo's a little bit more flexible and neutral, though. But I think Genjiro's pokes are better. Okay. You guys can hear me now, right? I'm probably gonna leave it at this, but does anyone have any issues with Sogetsu, Hanzo, or Genjiro? Because I think I like this order. Yeah, Genjiro, we've established Genjiro's offense is actually insane. But I think Hanzo is a little bit more flexible and neutral. And his game plan has a little bit more freedom because of how much he doesn't even have to engage with you. Okay. Yeah, I might leave it like this. I gave my reasonings. Again, normally I'd want to like stay and debate. But hopefully there will be discourse in the YouTube comments or even Discord. If people yap in Discord, I'll try to like regulate answers to the respective character channels. Oh, it's gonna be Saturday? Okay, good. In fact, whoever's watching, be sure to check out Donkey Soda on November 29th. Saturday after Thanksgiving. I'll hopefully be good to play that day. But yeah, I think that's it for now. I like this. We gave reasonings for the characters. We went into the specifics. I was incredibly verbose. So should there really be any questions? There might be disagreements, but do y'all at least understand like what I was saying about these characters? Is there anything that I didn't touch on or anything that's still confusing? Please let me know in the next like 2 minutes. Because I don't think there's anyone else that I want to move around or even move up or down. I think I still feel pretty established on the potential top tiers. Because again, that's the point of them. They're potential. They could go up or down depending on what you value, but I feel like there's some merit in separating them. Because they do have those things about them that they kind of set them apart from like the rest of the strong characters. Top 6 are accurate? Well, good. Top 4 aren't even ordered, but that's good. I'm saying if I had to give an order, maybe deep in my heart of hearts, this is the order I would give. But I really do think that you could debate any of these 4 could be like top. It all depends on what you value. Maybe Hibiki should go down here. But I don't know. Her value for just like playing fundamentally sound is kind of insane. Depending on the player, yeah. Well, again, that's part of this like discussion and like theory fighter is talking about the characters, how I evaluate their toolkit, and thinking about them being played properly. In case that wasn't figured from the beginning of this, all of this is assuming that characters are played properly. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I think I like this, and this should give a pretty clear indication of what you're getting into when you play your characters. If you pick one of these 4 characters, you've already invested in the greatest of stocks. You'll be fine. If you pick one of these characters, you're probably fine regardless. You might just have more or less privilege. If you pick any of the strong characters, you are a threat immediately fresh out the box. You might just have to sit in training mode for 5 minutes and make sure you like know what your moves are and how to do them properly. If you pick any of the extra effort characters, you are working harder, but you can still be a threat. these characters are just as good as the player. And they technically do have the means to box with, like, a good amount of the cast. There just may be some inconveniences that you're going to counterpick for. And then the bottom tier of this game doesn't mean they're trash. Just means that from a competitive standpoint, these characters have their strengths, but they are so counterpickable that you are multi-mating with this character, unless you are a robot. Well, yeah, Brad, you gotta do more instant blocking. Yep, so hopefully that all makes sense. Appreciate all you guys chilling. Sorry if I got out of hand with responses or rage bait or agenda. But this was good. This was fun. And I think you guys allowed me to be adequately thorough. And I think we addressed everything of concern. I technically wasn't even as thorough. Brad, you're great, dude. I didn't like read word for word off of all of my notes, but I tried to touch everything of importance. And again, in the comments or in Discord or whatever, I can give specifics. I can give y'all I probably should just make my Google Docs public at this point. I could give y'all essays if you really want to know. Cham and Nako are equals. I hope you mean in terms of vibe and icon. Japan out here calling Nako triple S tier and you're saying she's equal to Cham Cham. But no, I like them both. Well, I mean, I like Nako more. But hey, we gave Nishino Yu his props. The slurping wasn't crazy here. But okay, I need to go. Yeah, that could be the next. Actually, that's a perfect content idea for you or for Flame. Do a sauce tier list. Who are the sauciest characters in the game? And Wu better be top 1. Alright, but if you're watching on YouTube, hopefully you enjoyed. Again, please leave questions. Join the Discords. I think I have links to the Discord in the description. I don't know, hopefully I do. But yeah, catch y'all for whatever is next.